Yes, good morning, Dasiba. I'm going to the northern region for a Dagbanli proverb, Alahabrun, Bitsurizwali, which means a cheap donkey does not climb a hill. Know your level. Don't buy champagne on a beer budget.
I was waiting for that one.
Greetings. What's up, man? Alahabrun, Bitsurizwali. I love it. My first few went back. What's up, man?
Hi, Cap. How are you? Good morning. Thanks for joining us. This is GTV Breakfast. That's Cap's way of opening the show in Dagbanli. I don't know where you get up early in the morning and decide to learn Dagbanli 5 minutes before we go on.
I've got a consultant in Multi-Side Asidiko. Sure, my full-time consultant. What's he saying? Alahabrun, Bitsurizwali, to all my friends in Tamale and all the people who speak Dagbali around the world. Again, Alahabrun. A cheap donkey doesn't climb a hill.
My tongue can't even twist. I can only say Kasatintin top of course. And that's how we begin this show today. It's Mini Friday, so we are looking forward to having some good, yummy breakfast with Lady Thelma in the first half hour of the show, or the second half hour of the show, isn't it? And then we'll also be looking into child labor issues and all the efforts that's going into eliminating that on our shores. York St. John University, based in England, will also be in the house, and I'll be sitting down with them. So if you have ambitions of studying in the UK, perhaps you'd want to stay around for that conversation. Of course, on the lighter side, Central Region 2022 Expo will also feature in the last half of the show. My name is Thelma Taki. This is GTV Breakfast, made possible by Awake Purified Water at Adonko Next Level Energy Drink.
Okay, so sports news at 7 o'clock, headlines at 7:20. In the trends, Samini Mini is now President Samini. He won the SRC elections. Yes, he's the president of the SRC in the Jimpa. Congratulations to him. Buildings went down at CSIR. Wow. You saw those pictures, you saw those videos. If you haven't seen those videos, go to GBC's Facebook page, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. You will see the pictures and the video of those buildings going down. In Cruches, we're given 48 hours and the deadline was respected. The buildings went down. Okay, there is no Ebola in town. No Ebola in town. Read my lips. No Ebola.
But monkeypox.
But there's monkeypox, so be careful. COVID cases are rising, so be careful as well. So those are your health alerts this morning. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. Follow us everywhere on YouTube, on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. And I'm going to end with the Dagbani proverb again before the news at 6. Alahabrun, Bitsurizwali. A cheap donkey does not climb a hill. The news is next.
Good morning. It's a lovely Thursday morning. Thank you for joining us on this side. This is GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. We're coming to you live from Studio 1 here at Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. I am Multi-Side Sade. Coming up in our stories today, illegal structures on 200-acre land belonging to the CSIR demolished by the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council after expiration of 48-hour ultimatum. Also, Finance Minister accounts to Parliament on usage of COVID-19 funds, but minority demands for more answers. On the foreign front, AU suspends participation in UN-facilitated talks to end political crisis. Let's start off from the demolition exercise we saw yesterday, and the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council has illegal structures occupying 200 acres of land belonging to the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, at Frafraha in the Denton municipality of the Greater Accra region. This comes after the Greater Accra Regional Security Council gave a 48-hour ultimatum to encroachers to relocate from the area.
It was a mixture of pain and joy for some residents, with some recounting the level of losses.
Almost 6 months, we have come complete all the things. I buy Samsung TV, 65 inches, 120,000. That's all. The old kind is 120 million.
Others were urging officials on to demolish every structure on the land. They said landlords have been thorns in their flesh over the years in the area.
That's at the cause of this. Government must flush them out.
The regional minister came in a military chopper to the site and spoke to the media about the exercise.
Gave them 48 hours notice. The 48 hours elapsed. After this exercise, the Landlords Association outside the 200 acres, outside the perimeter, should meet quickly, and RESEC will make recommendations to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources onward to the seat of government for those properties to be for considerations and then eventually leading to regularization.
And as it often is with scavengers, they made the most of the situation. So scrap dealers took advantage of the demolition exercise to gather for themselves iron bars and other wares. Per information, original size of the CSIR land was up to 1,330 acres with more than 1,000 houses, but has now dwindled to 200 acres as a result of activities of squatters. GBC News gathered that landlords sold out the land beginning as low as 1,000 Ghana cedis, 500,000 and up to 1 million cedis these days. Another person who spoke to GBC News on grounds of anonymity revealed a friend had told her that she was scheduled to meet a landlord to pay for a piece of land this week. Someone also alleged that the landlords have turned part of the land into a wee smoking haven. It was a mixed.
Still on encroachment as part of the Operation Clean Your Frontage campaign, the city authorities asked traders at the Odona Market Close, the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, to move from the pedestrian walkway into their sheds. The directive fell on deaf ears as the traders are back doing business on the walkways and obstructing human movement. GBC visited the area to look at the situation.
Regional Minister launched Operation Clean Your Frontage campaign. The directive for market areas was to ensure that no one used the streets and pavements for trading. But today, the traders are back on the streets and pavements. At the Kwame Nkrumah interchange, there is brisk business ongoing on the pedestrian walkways. Others are plying their trade at the VIP bus terminal and near the offices of the Ghana Fire Service. The traders say they have moved their wares from the Odona market to the pavement because the place gets flooded whenever it rains.
The markets anymore, those that they buy, they don't enter the market.
We don't make sales when we go into the market. I can't rent a shop in the market because it's expensive.
Market no musikra ye rema. Ebia me misika me dey adwuma no 5 million pe. Me to me rent market no. Ka so market cars no wo ho. Na gas park market ni side.
The market gets flooded when it rains. We are appealing to the authorities to create parking space for the vehicles.
Na drivers no mo begina wonya ne sa. Ensuo no to say ye no mantie sorry.
We are pleading with the regional minister to reconstruct the market for us.
They say
the authorities promised to rebuild the market for them after a fire outbreak that destroyed their sheds a few years ago, but that promise has not been fulfilled. They say they are unable to pay for spaces available in the market.
Away from encroachment on the back of GTV breakfasts, #fix the traffic lights. Traffic signals are meant to ensure free and orderly flow of traffic, provide opportunity for pedestrians to cross, and also help vehicles to enter intersections. On some major roads in Accra, however, most of the traffic signals are not functioning. And in some cases, accidents. GBC News has been out and about to find out more about these malfunctioning traffic lights.
Being the political and economic center of the country, the city of Accra has the highest population and very busy human and vehicular traffic. Traffic lights therefore play a key role in regulating the movement of vehicles and people in the city. Currently, there is traffic congestion in parts of the city, simply because many traffic lights are not working. Traffic flow was at a snail's pace from the Kanda area towards the Kwame Nkrumah interchange. At the Kanda roundabout, the traffic was virtually at a standstill and continued all the way through the Nima Police Station junction and the Paloma Hotel portion of the Ring Road Central, basically because the traffic lights serving these areas are not functioning.
For the past 3 weeks coming around, I've realized the traffic light hasn't been working. And truly there have been no officers around to control traffic here. And as for how we drive our way through, it is you just watch and enter. When you find your way, you just go through. I think the authorities, those who are responsible for this particular stretch, should come and then do something about it.
Since last 2 weeks now, I can't say more by my own. I can't say traffic light to police and authority.
Some of the pupils at the Kanda cluster of schools are worried that some of their colleagues have been at home recovering from injuries they sustained from car and motorcycle knockdowns as a result of malfunctioning traffic lights.
We find it difficult to cross the road because I want to cross the road. A car can knock us off. This one, the last time, a school knocked out with a car right now, and his leg was broken. So we beg the government to come and help us and fix the traffic lights.
The campaign still continues relentless by GTV Breakfast and GBC News. Hashtag fix the traffic lights. Let's go to Parliament, where the Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, has told Parliament that government received about 19.3 billion cedis as COVID-19 funds from about 6 different sources. And out of that amount, it has so far spent 12 billion cedis. The minister was in the House to give account of government's expenditure on COVID-19. His statement, however, did not go down well with the minority side of the House, as they demanded to know what was done with the rest of the funds. The minority also wanted more breakdown on the amount already spent.
And postponement, the Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, came to the floor of Parliament on midday of Wednesday, June 22, 2022, to explain how government utilized the COVID-19 funds and answer 16 other questions from members of the House.
For the year 2020 and 2021, the program expenditure amounted to 15.763 million for the COVID-19 related expenditure, out of which the actual utilization was 12.036 million. At the end of 2021, total utilization was 3.9 billion, representing 85% utilization. As of 31st March 2022, a total of 5.4 million vaccines have been supplied and received into the country. Since the commencement of the COVID-19 campaign, March 2nd, 2021, 14.3 million doses of vaccines have been administered as of April 25th, 2022.
In response, the ranking member on the Finance Committee of Parliament, Dr. Kesiel Forson, and other members of the minority demanded a more detailed breakdown of the expenditure.
You received IMF 1 billion. You are telling us that you raised a bond of 10 billion. You're also telling us that you had some sources from World Bank. You've given us the numbers, but you have spent 12 billion. Give us an idea where the rest of the money is.
A summary of the expenditures are captured on pages 14 and 15 of the statement.
The president says 17.7 billion. The minister says 12 billion. Yet he received 19 billion.
Clearly, it's a deliberate attempt to position the minister and cause disaffection for him. That's trying to cover up. There's no cover up. The answer is here. Read and you see.
Not satisfied with the account given, the minority side still said that the Speaker set up an ad hoc committee to investigate the COVID-19 expenditure at the various levels. The majority side, however, disagreed. Later, the Speaker, Mr. Alban Bagbin, ordered that the committees on finance and on health do that job.
I want the report to be presented by the first month of our next meeting.
The Finance Minister also answered 16 other questions from members of the House. Rachel Kwon.
Still on health, as a country's COVID-19 active cases exceed 1,300, with about 200 reported cases daily. There are concerns that the country may be headed for a fifth wave. Health experts call for reinforcement of all safety protocols in all public places and at the airports and land borders.
Accra Regional Hospital, Dr. Emmanuel Adipadapo told GBC News that Ghana's preparedness against COVID-19 is currently better than expected, but was quick to caution that all safety protocols ought to be reinforced.
It's happening because we are generally in the flu season, and Omicron, the dominant strain we have seen these days, is presenting with flu-like symptoms. Okay. So there are many people who are going to be infected, but we shouldn't be alarmed.
The predominant strain is still Omicron, although there are emerging records of some hybrids.
Laboratory experts are telling us that they're beginning to see some hybrids, meaning that there's an Omicron strain with a Delta strain, almost a 50-50% hybridization, which is tipping especially the unvaccinated into severe form of disease.
Dr. Emmanuel Adipadapo says Ghana is yet to import vaccine doses for the pediatric group. However, the country is already in the fifth wave with active case count at 1,308, 13 severe, 2 critical, and 1,448 deaths. As the country enters the flu season, doctors say there will be more people who will be vulnerable to cold infections. With this, health experts are calling for strict adherence to all safety protocols.
Now, news about Ebola coming into Ghana hit portals yesterday. The Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Patrick Kumabwaje, says reports of an Ebola outbreak in the Tamale metropolis of the northern region are false. At a media briefing in Accra, Dr. Kumabwaje said a simulation exercise by the Ghana Health Service to test the country's preparedness towards public health an Ebola outbreak was mistaken for an actual outbreak. He therefore urged the public to remain calm.
This afternoon we've had some news that I want the opportunity to explain what has happened. We don't have any Ebola case, but as a service we always do simulations. We don't just wait for the thing to happen. We do simulations to say, should I have Ebola today? Is my system ready? And so that was an exercise that was being carried out in Tamale. That should there be Ebola outbreak, would the system be ready? Would the labs be ready? Would all the surveillance people be ready? And that's what I think somebody misconstrued that to be a real outbreak. So it's one of the simulation exercises we routinely do for such cases. Should there happen, whether it is fever, anything, we do periodic assessment to see our preparedness should this happen. So that's what I want to put out there. We also put on our social media feed to explain that the situation that we are in.
We'll get more details from our Northern Regional correspondent now, who joins us on the phone lines to give us an update and tell us what is really happening on the ground in the Tamale metropolis. Mutala Isa, good morning.
Good morning, Saida.
How is the situation in Tamale after that news broke that a case of Ebola had been recorded in Tamale?
So there was fear and panic. The public suddenly started asking questions on social media. Those who knew reporters were sending messages on Facebook, on WhatsApp, text messages, and asking details about this. Nyoani was identified in the earlier report as the community where the suspected case was coming from. Right. And some people also were concerned that their relatives were at the Tamale West Hospital where the victim is said to have been taken to for medical support. So it generated quite some fear and panic, even among health workers. When I got to the health directorate yesterday, the regional director, Dr. Eliza, and his staff who were at the simulation training were alarmed at the speed with which the news traveled. And they were concerned that the journalists didn't take their time to do diligence before getting this report across.
Right.
However, the facilitator, who appeared to be a more experienced and older person, at the point said, well, this was just a positive development for the simulation exercise, and that in a real situation, something of that nature, where a mishap, like a misreport, easily happen, and they will have to learn how to handle that as well. So even though there was a mistake yesterday, it all panned out to help with the exercise that is going on at the Health Directorate in Tamale.
Would you say that with how fast the news spread is a good sign that if there's ever such a pandemic or epidemic, we're able to gather information across quickly? But also, what do you say is the state of the borders with this situation? Could this case have come from a neighboring country because there's no Ebola in Ghana currently? And how are the borders being monitored?
Let me start with the issue of the borders. As for the porosity of our borders, it is in no doubt. If you are traveling to the Republic of Togo now, there are only 2 approved routes that I know in the northern region, Tatale and one other border that are approved. However, if you move after River Oti in Damanko, where you enter northern region, all the way to the border with the northeast region, there are over 100 unapproved routes that people use to go in and out of Togo. It is the same on the western side, in the Savannah region, where you cross over to the Ivory Coast.
Right.
So, northern, upper east, upper west, northeast, it is the same problem. Numerous unapproved routes. And so, our borders are indeed porous. Fortunately, for now, we do not know that there is any case of Ebola anywhere around our borders. That is the Republic of Togo, Burkina Faso, or even the Ivory Coast. The closest that we have heard of, the closest we've heard of Ebola close to our borders is around Liberia, Sierra Leone, and that is quite a distance from us for now.
Right.
And so that aside, you also ask this information could travel, and it means that with what we witnessed yesterday, things could happen very, very, very fast. And it is both positive and negative. Positive in the sense that because of social media, even those who will not normally hear on radio, on television, would easily pick this up on social media.
Right.
But the negative side is that there could be fear and panic. And this could also create further trouble for medical personnel or stakeholders.
Right. Thank you so much. Butala Isa is our Northern Regional Correspondent. He just joined us on the phone lines to give us an update about if there's an Ebola case recorded in Ghana. You just heard him emphasize that there's no Ebola case in Ghana. The closest is Sierra Leone, Liberia, and there's still a distance between Ghana and them, regardless of our porous borders, which our authorities will have to look into. Let's move away from Ebola, but you will want to look at these platforms for all your credible news, because we did not report that there was Ebola in Ghana. We did come to say that it was just false information. Let's not stay on health, but let's go to the Bono East region, where the Bono East region has recorded its first case of monkeypox in the Techiman municipality. According to the Techiman Municipal Health Directorate for Disease Control, measures have been put in place to contain the spread of the disease in the municipality and the region at large.
The Techiman Municipal Health Directorate Disease Control Officer, Mr. Abraham Noom, who confirmed the case to GBC News in an interview, said, fortunately for the Health Directorate, the victim stays alone and is currently in isolation.
Fortunately for us, she stays alone and is doing home isolation. The time that we suspected that she is having the disease, we informed her that she shouldn't, mingling with the public. She has to stay alone. Whatever she needs will be provided for her.
Mr. Noom charged residents to remain calm and adhere to all safety protocols recommended by the Ghana Health Service.
Everybody should take the measures in place. We should put our health or our safety into our own hands by frequently washing our hands with soap and running water. We also make sure that we don't shake hands. because it is one of the most that spread the disease very well.
The Municipal Health Directorate says they have decided to withhold the name of the victim and the health facility where the monkeypox case was recorded to avoid fear and panic.
Away from health, but let's go back to the north and in the Upper East region where the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, says it has identified some business opportunities in the Upper East region, but that can bring development to the area. The GIPC is also distinguishing other business opportunities that need revamping and marketing to attract investors with the needed resources to support their growth.
The GIPC organized a regional sensitization tour for young entrepreneurs to learn about the responsibilities of GIPC, create avenues to interact with captains of industry, and to promote dialogue between the private sector and government. It also served as a platform for the exchange of ideas on the importance of registering businesses and the benefits to derive therefrom. Speaking to the media after the forum, the head of evaluation and monitoring at GIPC, Dr. George Asafuji, explained that it was important for entrepreneurs to register their businesses.
There are a whole host of other investment opportunities that we've seen. The others too that need some revamping, and so we are going to profile all of them and make sure that at the end of the day we are able to market those for investors to come and participate in those activities.
The GIPC says mining, shea butter, tourism, smoke weaving and bead making are some of the investment opportunities in the Upper East region that can turn around the fortunes of the people. Some participants at the forum averred that the engagement has offered them the opportunity to consider registering their businesses.
We only produce the products. The middlemen will come to us, buy it and sell it. So mostly we run at a loss. But this program has given us knowledge as to how to register our businesses, how to go to the third party ourselves and not to involve any middle person.
First, I didn't even know that this my business can go even outside Ghana. And then now they made me know that if I do it well, they can help me, they can push me up to take this business.
Away from the Upper East region, let's go to the foreign front, where a floating clinic to deliver medical emergency services to those living along rivers in Lagos has been launched. The medical board officials say it's equipped with offices, nurses' workstations and medical facilities.
Unveiling the floating clinic, Mr. Olusengu Ogboye, Permanent Secretary of Lagos State Ministry of Health, said the idea behind the floating clinic was to help provide first aid, medical emergency care and basic health care services at accident scenes on the inland waterways and riverine communities in Lagos State. Dr. Uboye said there were many areas in Lagos that could only be accessed by water. The Lagos State authorities also said that the medical boats will be used for the ongoing measles and COVID vaccination campaign. This is the first initiative of its kind in Nigeria, and the government of Lagos State has plans to expand the program beyond one boat.
The African Union has suspended its participation in the UN-facilitated talks to end the political crisis in Sudan. AU's representative in the talks cited the lack of transparency and exclusion of important political actors from the process.
The Regional Bloc Intergovernmental Authority on Development had previously backed the UN-led intra-Sudanese dialogue process, which began on June 8, 2022. The dialogue was, however, postponed indefinitely a few days later after the former ruling forces of Freedom and Change Coalition refused to join its sessions. The FFC is demanding the military to leave and return power to a civilian transitional government.
It's time for our weather update, and our favorite meteorologist is on the line. Felicity Ahafianyo joins us to give us a rundown of how the weather will look like. We're drawing close to the weekend. Hello, Felicity. Good morning.
Good morning, Multitude. Please, how are you?
I am well. I hope you're well too.
Yes, by the grace, I'm doing very well.
Great. How is Thursday looking like today with the weather?
Yeah, Thursday is looking pretty cool for the 16 regions. We are not expecting much activities for the morning through to the afternoon over Ghana. Then per the satellite, we are having just some patches of clouds over the sea and then over the country. Temperatures will also be on the cool side, 32 for the coastal belt, and then most parts of the sector. The north will have between 34 and 36 degrees Celsius. Through to the night, too, we don't expect much, but then there's some areas over the upper regions is what we are anticipating some rains over those areas, Oti region, and then part of Savannah, northern regions, and its environs. But then it's not going to be that much or that much over the areas. So if it's going to change, we'll definitely bring an update. But then the Thursday is looking pretty cool over the entire country.
Right, thank you so much, Felicity Ahafianyo. She says the weather is looking pretty cool across the country. Go out, be productive, make, do whatever you want, but stay safe. There's monkeypox out there, there's COVID-19 also out there. But that's it for GTV Breakfast News. For all your credible news, gbconline.com, and follow us on our Facebook page at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation for all your news details. We'll take a break. Up next, CAF will be meeting Lady T for our breakfast and our eating and cooking segment. Stay with us. The show promises to be engaging.
thing. Yep, Nana Champong, right? Yeah, those were the days, Charlie. Guess a nice white woman for the video inside, and Charlie, you did run. Welcome. Throwback Thursday. I'm still remembering my Dagbani proverb. Alahabun, Britzuli Zoli. A cheap donkey no they climb mountain or hill. Hey, lady, good to see you.
I forgot my name for a second.
No. The proverb was just in my head, man. Lady Thelma Boy.
Yes.
What's going on?
Living, enjoying life.
All right, living and enjoying life.
Yes.
Welcome to our kitchen. This is how we do it on GTV Breakfast on Thursdays. We tease and tempt you with smells that you can only imagine. I'm here enjoying it. And Thelma is around very soon. When the thing is ready, I will see her here to come and eat my stuff.
Always.
What are we doing today, Lady T?
Kose al akala.
Oh, kose or akala.
Yeah,
yes.
the northern Nigerian
yes,
call it
yes. Everywhere we call it aklan.
Aklan, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And in Brazil, they also call it akara.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's black people's food.
Yes, black people's food.
What is it made of?
Beans, black-eyed beans.
Black-eyed beans.
Yeah, black-eyed peas. They call it peas. But
okay,
beans, yeah.
and it's a kind of a cake, right?
Well, it's not.
Like a snack?
It's a snack.
Okay.
A snack, and usually they fry it. I don't like it deep fried.
Okay.
You know, so I decided, why can't we bake it, or even deep frying it? Okay. Because sometimes, remember last, I think we were doing something. Somebody wrote like kose bread that you soak it in, and
that's a lot of calories.
Yeah, that's a lot, because even though with the fat you still put it in the bread, it's still you digest it. So what's the point? So yeah.
Okay.
So I love kose, but I just don't like it.
The fried stuff. So this is an innovation.
An innovation.
Okay.
Well, it's not really another way of making it.
Yeah,
yes,
I've never seen kose like this before.
Yes.
So are you going to show us the process?
Yes, I'll show you the process. Well, I'm going to talk you through the process, because I think it will go on the screen, on the video.
Okay.
So it's this black-eyed beans that you soak.
You soak the beans?
Yeah, you soak the beans. And if you want to take the skin off, right? So when you soak it for like an hour, just put it in the blender, and it will just take the beans, the skin off, and just wash it out. And it comes out like this. Just the beans, right? Then you take onions.
Okay.
And pepper, the yellow one. Then you take a bit of, you could use ginger or a little bit of garlic if you want. Just use a little bit of garlic. Okay. And you blend it with just a little bit of water. You don't want too much water. You want a thick consistency. Yeah. So when you're frying, it does not fall apart. So after you have that, right, then you whisk it. You want to incorporate air for it to be light and fluffy. And basically that's it. You add salt to it, and that's it. Okay. That's kose. That's the mixture. I have it here.
Okay.
And once I did it, then I added what do you call it to it? I added chopped onions, green pepper, and some chili pepper. Diced chili pepper to it. So can we start?
Yes.
So we just you could use what do you call it?
Oil or butter.
Oil, but I prefer I like butter. Yeah. Since we're not going to deep fry, at least we could save some calories from there. Exactly. It's not it's just a little bit, so that it does not stick at the bottom. That's all I want to do. So we just put the one that we baked. I just put in there. This is called a ramekin.
Okay.
These are called ramekins. Yeah, you can eat it from it. So I just greased it with some butter and just baked it.
And just baked it.
And it just came out like that. This is kose baked.
Wow.
Yes, kose baked. Yeah. So I'm just gonna twirl it around to make sure that we get all our fat there.
I think if Kose had a visa and went to America, this is what it would look like, man. Because this is on a whole new level.
We just take and scoop it in like this.
Yeah, I'm already smelling as if I was at the roadside, Hajia's kose.
Yeah, but then they deep fry, and that just defeats the purpose. Yeah. And this is so healthy. It just has beans, second-class protein that your body needs, and it's just with the spices and vegetable. That's it. There's no.
So this is almost like a vegetarian.
Yeah, vegetarian. And I like to use, the kebab pepper.
Oh, wow.
Right? Yeah. So I just dust it with it, and it comes out really nice.
Kose with kebab pepper.
Yes. yes. So I'm going to take it out.
Mama is in heaven. I'm telling you.
And I just
when she had kebab pepper, she just woke up.
Slice it like this. See how light and airy it is.
So it's like some little bread.
Yes, it is. It is basically, right? So we're just gonna take it and just go around it like this. And this one is a bit thick. So we just...
At this moment I can feel summer.
Yeah, and we're just gonna put this, and I'll just...
Then you put the kebab pepper on it?
Pepper on it, and I just
dust
this on it like this.
Hey, Charlie, what our viewers today? Did I finish?
So this is it. And
this is it?
Yes, this is it. The ones that, yeah, for this one, I'm just gonna...
Wow.
Flip it. This one, I'll flip it, yeah. And...
Closer, This is something else, man. So this is the baked version, and now you are doing like a shallow fry. Okay. So people, this is how we do our kose.
Yes.
You know, it's coming with serious innovation. You know,
why not? Think outside the box. Yes,
right?
you just.
And then you can actually bake it like this.
You can just bake it.
I don't like shallow fry.
You can shallow fry it.
Very little oil. So you actually use butter to or margarine, right? Can you use margarine?
We use margarine. Yeah, we use coconut oil, whatever tickles your fancy. You just make it, and that's it.
This is it.
That's it.
Can I taste?
Oh yes, that's the whole point. Taste it. It's a plain thing.
For what you're about to receive, we thank you, O Lord.
Amen. Oh, amen, 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 amen. So that is it. So you don't necessarily have to.
Oh, this is great. This is awesome. Tissue, please.
Tissue.
Sorry, this is just great.
Thank you. Thank you.
The kebab pepper is just a big surprise.
Yeah,
big.
Thinking outside the box.
Yep.
Why not?
Yep.
You know.
Just gonna go with some drink.
Yes, and that's it. You can have it for snack. You can have with your cocoa, whatever.
It actually tastes like some kind of light bread.
Yes, it's very airy because of the air that you know. Just because you whisk it and incorporate air. So once you start doing, when you see that, if it's like this, because you incorporate air, it will double amount, Yeah, that's it.
In school, did you run?
No.
You didn't. So you used to on your mats?
Yes. Oh yes, we did that. I don't mean like competition.
Get set.
And
the go is for Thelma. Thelma, come inside. I can sense you coming.
In my defense, it was Multitude who asked me to come and rescue the beans cake
from me.
So in my defense,
okay, go and serve
it's
them.
not just me.
Then please go and serve them.
Go and
serve them.
Okay, so I will
give all the camera people one each.
Great.
Yeah, go and come.
I love this kind of errand. But I have mine first.
No, I won't eat yours. Go and serve them a cup.
Calf. Okay, so I'll serve them. Come back and pick some messages.
Yes.
And then.
Yes. Listen to instructions from big brother. Go and serve the crew.
Cool it. How long can you keep this in the fridge though?
Oh, for a week.
A week.
Keep it a week. It's in the fridge and just warm it in the microwave.
Okay.
Since I don't like warming it, I just put it in the oven. I just like lower and just wrap foil around it just for like 10 minutes and take it out and just enjoy it.
Davi, serve mola.
I am a go.
Okay, so great. That's stuff. So this is the fried one. I'll sample this one.
Yes, please do. Please do. Sample
this one you don't put your kebab thing on it?
I did. I already did. I've already served it. I'm ahead of you. You know, I got you covered. This one, I think. And this one you actually taste the butter in it because I like that.
Charlie, this is awesome.
So see, another way of just making kose.
Yeah, kose on a different level.
I hate it. I love kose. I just don't like it fried. And because it takes time to cook. You can't increase the heat, and if you increase, it will burn. So you have to keep it at medium, so it ends up soaking. And no, it's not.
I'm not really nice.
Fan of it. So yeah.
It's kose 2.0.
With the pepper. And most people like pepper. I'm like, why? I'm like, see, that's why you cook. You think of it's like my work.
I thought this was awesome, but this is dope, Charlie.
Yes. Actually, yeah, that one. Yes, it's on there. So that's it.
So run us through the recipe again.
Okay, so we need our beans. Have been soaked. Then you take the skin off. You need onions, pepper, a little bit of ginger, and you blend it together with just a little bit of water. That once that is done, then you whisk it to incorporate air. You want it to be light and fluffy. Then you could just pan fry it like I'm doing here, or you could bake it. You don't need a ramekin. You could just bake it in it, whatever you have available to bake it in, a cake tin, whatever you have. So I just baked it in the ramekin. So don't think that I don't have a ramekin, so I can use it. No.
Bake it in a cake tin.
You can bake it in a cake tin. Yeah, and it's good to go. And if you want to like it, and do for the kids.
This is really nice.
Yes.
It tastes, because sometimes I get what you feel. I mean, even when they fry the kose, they put it on tissue, and you can see the oil just
take a tissue out. And just sometimes you could wring it out and you see the oil all over your hand.
This is really a healthy.
It is good for vegetarian, and this one actually tastes. When I made a sample, right, and my mom was like, it tastes like meat. Like even when you're eating,
it's true. It's true. This one actually tastes like meat.
Yeah, it tastes like meat. So if you are vegetarian, why not just go for it?
It's like e-meat.
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 Yes. So please, let's.
This is e-meat, man.
Let's our own food. Innovate it and sell it to the world.
No, I like this.
It's on the onus is on us to sell it to the world.
Lady T,
yes,
you need to come up with a cookbook. Because Charlie, some of the things that you cook for us here, I mean, I don't taste them before. You need your cookbook.
I will. I'm compiling it. It will happen. It will happen. And you come and launch it for me.
It can be a video cookbook.
Yes.
Yeah, video cookbook, so people see what's happening and they see that's it. So they just watch it.
Yes.
Yeah. I know, but this is great. In fact, I'll take another one just to celebrate you. Another one. The kebab thing is working, man. It's working. So, what gave you these ideas, man?
I just cooking is my work. Like when you also sit and create how to come up with things. I also sit and I just look through stuff, look through cookbooks, read them, and I'm like, how can I cook to make it better? Or what can I? Because I don't like this. How can I do it to be the way that I want it to be? So the ideas just come and you just try it. You always try it. I didn't just come and do it here. I tried it, tweaked here and there. Cooking. So please, cooking is not for dropouts. Don't think cooking is for people who don't know what they're doing. You have to think. You have to be creative, and your recipes and what you come up with is your intellectual property. So you guard it. And everybody eats too, so you can make money out of it. You can, unless and it's not for lazy people. If you're lazy, don't come in our profession. You have to create time, sit down, plan everything, and you will make it. So that's what I love to cook. I was 10 years old, and my mom has the school. So it's a passion that I have. It comes easy for me. Yeah.
Good on you, man. Great stuff.
Yes.
This kebab pepper, can you sprinkle it on the baked one as well?
Yes, you can. You can just kind of sprinkle on the baked one. Oh, sure. I can.
This one, I think my people in the control room are very interested in it. Yeah.
So the more you whisk it, the more it becomes lighter.
Fluffier.
Yeah, fluffier. If you don't do it, it will not.
Thelma can come for hers now.
It will become, yes. Yeah. I think she will prefer the...
Thelma can come now.
The...
After work, you can eat.
Oh.
Yes. Charlie, try this. Okay. This is not easy.
I will.
Wallahi. It's not easy, man. It tastes like meat almost, like some nice chicken beef.
So we take our
kebab pepper.
Just dust it so that it's evenly distributed. So
this is great. Sorry, Valerie. Sorry, Alan.
To be fair,
sorry, Jay.
You missed for 3 years, so it's your time to enjoy. I understand.
Your 3 weeks, yeah.
Yes,
so
yes.
I need 2 more to make up for the weeks that I was away.
This is great stuff.
Yes. So people try it at home, and I was home. One of the viewers watched what I did last week, and a young girl, she was about 12 years old. She called me. Is this Auntie Lady? I was like, yeah. I want to prepare what you did last week for my dad. Can you walk me through it?
Nice.
So I told her I'll send her a video note on her and take a picture. And actually she did. Yeah. She prepared it on Sunday for Father's Day, and she sent me a picture. So it's,
So people are watching?
People are watching. Yeah, and I was, she took, I'm using my mom's phone. She did that. It was so cute. And I helped her out, and I told her to send me a picture, and she did on Father's Day.
And
served her dad with what she did, what she learned on the show. So people are learning. It's fantastic.
Awesome. And if people want to learn more, where do they go? Where's your school?
It's Akutobabi, Abavana Junction, College of Culinary Arts and Hospitality Management. You can reach me on my number is 024-370-8575, and I'm on all the social media, College of Culinary, all the IG, Facebook. I can be reached.
And I know you have really short courses to
yes,
really long. What's the shortest?
We have 8 weeks, 2 months, but you come every Saturday. That's the shortest course. Then we have a 6 month and a year. We have pastries and all that. Yeah, so get in touch and we'll let you know which one will suit you and we'll work with you.
That's our Thursday, Throwback Thursday chef experience right here on GTV Breakfast. I know you are hungry. I know you are hungry, but this is another way of making kose. You know, just shallow frying it or baking it, and then just play with this. You know, the kebab powder on the kose is just divine. You know, and it's Lady T's intellectual property that we are eating right here. So great stuff. Thank you so much. Tama promised to come and read messages, but the cook say enter head. The cook say enter head. You forget about the messages, you know. But hopefully there may be a couple of messages there. Let me try this one with the kebab powder.
Yes.
You say, you are eating all the food.
Oh, that's what it's there for. You're supposed to eat it. You're supposed to eat it. Yes.
This is nice. Yeah, and this one tasted like meat, oh.
Yes. Yeah, the shallow fry one. Yes, because this one's in the oven for, and that's like because of the butter also makes it taste better. That's when I didn't put any butter in it. So
all right.
I just brushed it with butter, but this one at least it absorbed it, so it tastes a little different than this one. Okay. But it's the same ingredients anyway. And
we have something that some series will be doing on a particular route that will.
Yes, we are, my
Yeah, so that's something that we should be looking forward to on this show.
Yes, definitely.
Innovations around a particular kind of route that we all enjoy a lot in this country, which has not been affected by Ukraine or Russia.
No, no, not that one.
Yes, yeah, okay. So I think no messages, so we are done with our food segment. We've got sports news at 7 o'clock. We've got headlines at 7:20. There are conversations on child labor. There's another conversation on, let me see, Kafui. Go say they confuse you. So we've got a university coming in here to talk to us about opportunities there. We've got marketing and tourism and export development happening in the Central Region 2022 Expo. So that is what is going on. Oh, okay, now we've got some great music for you to dance to while we eat kose.
Okay.
And so this is from way back, fresh.
Okay.
The man is Obrafwo.
Okay.
And here he comes.
I love to dance.
Ghana for you. Listen, it's GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui Day, and I want to introduce Atadeka with Jay, our man, and he's got something to show for you. Here it comes. Here comes Jay Garba with a feature from Atadeka.
This is Atadeka, a suburb of the Pong Katamanso municipality here in the Greater Accra region. On this special edition of Keep an Eye, we are here to highlight some of the challenges the residents here face, chief among them being the deplorable road network within the community. The road you see behind me is the major road leading to this place, Atadeka, and New York, Bechele, Aviation, and going all the way towards Michelle Camp. Using the road, drivers have to zigzag their way across in order to make their way to their destination. And as such, that is giving them a lot of challenges, including that they have to buy spare parts in order to fix their vehicles. And some vehicles also break down right in the middle of the road. So imagine the emergency, for instance, and an ambulance has to get to a resident. This is the state of the road. And if you think the one behind me is bad, you should see the ones within the community. So if there's a fire outbreak also, for instance, where would the fire truck pass in order to get to the place of the fire? So this morning on this special edition of Keep an Eye on hashtag GTV Breakfast, we are going to highlight the plight of the residents here and also speak about their drainage issues, challenges with water, and of course electricity, and then how they deal with the road network. So stay with us, stick with us as we speak to some residents and find out how they navigate their way to and fro in their daily activities.
Me shop near Madame Nada Hano, or what to me pedanity, or show me name I will chop a year, man. One shop, one dam, and then be a womb, tuna womb, apple womb, tilapia womb, bibia womb.
I hear me say, me share bibia cry say, ye can't Ghana home you because who way one casa free Atadeka junction or Ebaha, Udi Uka Baha, then you feel like you are crying. And why? Brand new board and Amito to Waha. And Yaminkwa, more cars, big cars, throw, Ubanguna woman Yamuji Jansu Wahasa, because the nature of the road is very bad. And he said, move back to me, move brand them. And yes, sir, cast, move say, now, cast, moon to me,
Room where the Seracuna Bassa and the Antiasia, a Quania Bassa, Bibia and Cosu, Bibia say, this is no young, maybe your cadaman. Yeah, you say, by organized demonstration Casepa, the against their Cosuno. So taught me to hire and so taught me for last week, we moved to so more than 2 hours and said about you moved to the free soon. No so clear aqua. Nancy and so and so can be quiet. I go to Dampunim.
May you Jumawa, Ashaman, Atadeka, Echo, a peace land. A quani yakra. Oto, Tammy bet, not farm bet, not just a quana say, my who ye names a one district, one factory, and a honey, the Amayo. Yes, Rabbi say, one Ramaya Quani, my Papa, your team in Jane say in the car saying this way. As all one, make a wound for fair. Now, so I see any man woo. I see any man say, Oko Krumso Koto was so cancer, no more than then.
Basically, it is negligence. The authorities, I believe, it's like they don't normally use the stretch. So they don't see the need for it. We are in Akansa electoral area. This is a main stretch leading from Atadeka to New York down to Bechele, and from Bechele you go to Ada Washington and the rest. The gutters have been done, and that was around 2016, 2015, 2016. But when there was change of government, the situation was left. You could see that this side of the gutter was supposed to continue from the other side, then join, then to downward. And if you should look at the nature of the gutters, you can see the edge of the gutters are even higher than the road. So when it rains, it doesn't even go into the gutters. I was told that within Greater Accra, KKC, that's Pom Katamanso, raised the highest revenue. Yes. It's very sad that our roads are in this condition because we raise the highest revenue within Greater Accra, and some part of Greater Accra is experiencing development, whilst we bring much money, but nothing is being done to us. So it's very sad.
New York, New Road, Kwani na tutu. Tobia so me driver. We choose the crami. We can assess pass my cotoni. Tobia so driver it wo tax to car hu bia etuatua. Isu ye hu hwe. Man ho akase ye wura man ho nu ma ye plate sa adwene. Ye wura ma ye plate sa adwene. Dam ankasa. Ye hu ni pa ye ba so so a kwano bo ayen nti pen anapema be de edam ase mfa we isu na mempemfo aso nti na mo bo ayen ya bre.
Could you believe that among for free from Washington, New Road, Omuina Far has said because Omufis are better kakra. Asphalt. And yeah, is it? Enti, yes, someone Mumma and Penfono, one for my dream bra, say kakra. Among for talk shock absorbers, but who caught the other road? No, I mean, say very, very west than even this side.
Yaha Cassia, acquire your fossil. Acquiring your cra. Since a back room, you who are baby are obey Yakoya my last 2 years. And now, Omoba was on by Gata de Amaye, no my Aquana Maye. Omoya Gata New Year, no. Yahoo be Biabio. Is here to toy. Can't mean cock, can't mean ma. Nanipa Kura also banante cra for Johnson. And ye is this. See a car wounding, I say. They see a quality, I say. A BC, I say. National cake, you know. So much, maybe and swing so. Na ya braha.
I refuse to be broken. R2Bs will say whether man is leaving Liverpool or not. My blue doesn't mean I'm solidarizing with any Chelsea fan or any blue member here. I am multi-decider Sadiq. Welcome to this side where we talk sports, what's happening in the sporting world. I'm sure you enjoyed the course a la carte, the course that has gone to Harvard, which everybody is enjoying in the studio. But the stories that are making headlines in the sporting world, which you love, we're looking at stories around the Black Starlets and their performance. We'll be looking at the under-17 squad, what the GFA is saying. Also, there was a demo in the Kasna-Nankana district or municipality in the Upper East region. We'll look at what the youth are saying about their youth reserve, their sport reserve there, how it is not what they want to be able to promote good sports. Look at some boxing. Let's start off from the Black Starlets, where the Black Starlets of Ghana will face it off in a meaningless third-place match against Cote d'Ivoire after they lost out of their semi-final by 1-0 to Burkina Faso on Tuesday. 63rd minute penalty strike by Osman Kamara saw the Black Starlets struggle for 27 minutes, seeking to equalize but failed. The results demands the host nation must feature in a mandatory third-place match against Cote d'Ivoire to end the tournament. Now, the game will, however, have no impact on the AFCON Championship in Algeria next year, as the first two finalists qualify to the Cup of Nations. Now, the final fixtures is the third place of that will be Ghana versus Ivory Coast. Then another final game you'll be looking forward to at 7 p.m. is Nigeria versus Burkina Faso. Will kick Ghana out of the WAFU Zone B tournament, so you will want to look forward to these games as well. We'll be bringing you that Kassena Nankana demo about a youth sports reserve center. Meanwhile, the GFA president, Ketu Kreku, has said that the GFA will ensure that the current under-17 players will continue their developmental agenda despite missing out on qualification to next year's African Championship in Algeria. The FA president was speaking to the team after their 1-0 defeat to Burkina Faso in the semi-final of the WAFU Zone B under-17 tournament being hosted in Cape Coast. Let's take a listen to GFA President Ketu Kreku.
We share in your pain. You gave it all. You gave your best. We didn't get the result. Okay? We are with you. The developmental agenda of the FA will continue with this group. Yami Aduma, Friday, we'll play another game. Yes. Don't worry. The IAA or high is a process leading to your full development. And like I told you a few days ago, I believe in this group. We believe in this group. This is not the end of the road. Samati, this is not the end of the road. You gave off your best, we didn't get the results. But the future of this team and your future looks bright and will be good. The Ghana Football Association is appreciating energy, need effort. Again, this is not the end of the road. This is not the end of the road. There are a lot of big talents.
Let's go to the Upper East region to some developing matters there around sports. Now, the youth of Kassena Nankana municipality in the Upper East region have expressed disappointment in President Akufo-Addo and his government for not walking the talk in the completion of their youth resource center, which is supposed to serve as their sports stadium. They were on the streets of Navrongo on Wednesday to express their displeasure to the government. So our correspondent is joining us now by phone. Peter Agengre is our Upper East regional correspondent, and we're speaking to him about that demonstration that took place yesterday in the Kassena Nankana municipality of the Upper East region. Hello, Peter. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Right. What inspired the demo yesterday? What is the state of the Sports Resource Center?
Right. Good morning to our viewers. The Navrongo Youth Resource Center, that is supposed to serve as a sports stadium, the sort was cut for work to begin on this particular project in 2018 by the Honorable Minister of Sports then, Isaac Asiama. According to the youth, they told me that yes, Honorable Asiama, the project will be completed in 2019 and handed over to them. Of course, they mentioned that the minister assured them that it will be completed in February to serve as a Valentine gift to them. But they were surprised that all that while from 2018 till now, the project has not been completed. And when we entered into the stadium, we realized that, yes, a lot of work has been done on the field, but it is still not completed. According to them, about 80 to 85% of the work so far has been done. The people of Navrongo are sports-loving, the youth are sports-loving, and they expected that this particular project would be completed for them to continue to have their sporting activities within their own jurisdiction and not traveling outside the region to have the sports. And so the demonstration, according to them, they have exhausted all the necessary channels that they expected to pass through in order to get this particular stadium fixed. And that is why they are staging this demonstration to drum home the need for the stadium to be completed for them to have their sporting activities.
Right. On the note that the Navrongo people are sports lovers, the reasons for the demonstration was one of them perhaps the fact that the sports will bring development to the area if it's promoted so that the indigenes there can be able to utilize the sports resource center? Yes,
that is the fact. The Navrongo municipality or the Navrongo catchment area has sporting talent. In fact, the Premier League that is yet to be started in September this year, the Katsina Nankana United has qualified and they will take part. They will representing the Upper East region in this league. But here is the case: they do not have a stadium of their own. It means they are going to adopt the nearest sports stadium, and the only options would be either Wa or Tamale in order to serve as their home venues for their matches, and that is really going to be a cost to them, according to the CEO of the Katsina Nankana United. That is going to be a cost to them, and that is the cause for the worry. And they are calling on the Minister of Sports, they are calling on the Upper East Regional Minister, they are calling on the President to urgently come to their aid and complete this particular stadium for them to be able to have a home ground for the match. They are giving the government up to the end of this month, June, for government to respond quickly to their call.
Right. Thank you so much. Peter Agengre is our Upper East Regional Correspondent. He just joined us on the phone line for us to talk about that sports center in Navrongo that has been left to rot since 2018 to now. That's like 4 years. And the Katsina Nankana team have even qualified for the Premier League. And they would have to travel all the way to Tamale or Wa, which is 3-4 hours journey away. And it's cost involving, as Peter said, the demonstrators were saying. We hope that something is done about this sports resource center to promote sports in the north and the country as large as well. But except the Black Stars qualification to the 2022 World Cup and the Black Princesses to Costa Rica, all other national teams have failed to qualify for the various international tournaments lined up for next year, and the local Black Stars are the only team left to qualification to the CHAN tournament in January. Right, we'll be looking at what exactly is going wrong with Ghana football. We get Coach Vincent Abiu, who is a technical team member of Great Olympics, on the phone, and we'll speak to him in a while. We're trying to get contact with him, but let's move on to some other stories whilst we try to get Coach Abiu there. Let's look at some transfer news now, where Bayern Munich have completed the signing of Sadio Mane from Liverpool in a deal worth up to £35 million on a 3-year contract. The Reds will receive 32 million euros, that's £27.4 million, with an additional 6 million euros based on appearances, plus 3 million euros for individual and team achievements. Liverpool turned down 2 bids from Bayern before agreeing a fee for the Senegal forward, who was under contract until next summer. Now, Mane joined Liverpool for £34 million from Southampton in June 2016 and scored 120 goals in 269 games, finishing last season with 23 goals in all competitions. Mane helped Liverpool win the Champions League and the Premier League, and in February scored the winning penalty as Senegal won the Africa Cup of Nations for the first time. Here are the excerpts of his signing.
From the beginning.
On buying and selling of players, Arsenal have made a bid for Leeds United playmaker Rafinha and is understood to be the first formal offer Leeds have received for the Brazil forward who scored 11 Premier League goals last season. However, sources say the offer falls far below the evaluation and is certain to be rejected. The 25-year-old who Renee in 2020 has attracted interest from a number of clubs in the Premier League. He has scored 17 goals in 60 Premier League appearances for the West Yorkshire club, who would like to keep the player, including the crucial opener for the penalty spot in the final game of last season when they won at Brentford to preserve their top flight status. Now, a month after coming off the bench to be a key figure in Manchester City's stunning comeback win over Aston Villa that earned him a fourth Premier League title, Sterling is contemplating whether that memorable encounter at Etihad Stadium will prove to be his final appearance for the club. Teams in Spain have expressed an interest in the 27-year-old, while Chelsea, the Blues, are keen to bring Sterling back to his native London. Sources close to the player say Sterling, who has a year left on his contract, has had no substantive talks with anyone about his future and is yet to make up his mind which way to go. We'll bring you updates on this development with Sterling as well. Let's move to boxing now. And Mansion Boxing head Eddie Hearn will promote a Canelo Alvarez fight for the fifth time when the undisputed super middleweight champion takes on Gennady Golovkin on September 17 at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. The trilogy is years in the making. Now, Alvarez and Golovkin fought to a split draw in 2017, and Alvarez scored a majority decision in 2018. After two close encounters in the ring, the heralded fighters will meet face-to-face for the first time in this year on Friday, June 24, during a promotional press conference in Los Angeles, and June 27 in New York. And that's it for GTV Breakfast Sports. I am multi-decider, so we couldn't bring you the interview with Coach Abiu, but these are still developing matters around football and Ghana's performance on the African continent and on the international stage. We'll bring you that in our subsequent bulletins tomorrow. I'll be back at 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. with the news and the sports segment. We'll take a break, after which the headlines will come your way. The Sheikh is in the studio. King Kaf will be sitting with our revered guests to bring you all that's happening in the newspaper portals and online. We're still live on DSTV channel 278 and on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Stay with us.
would have created antibodies to help me battle the disease. And I wasn't vaccinated, so I was knocked very, very hard. And thank God I survived. So I'm glad millions are vaccinated now. People believe in the vaccination now, they understand now. And I'm so proud to be one of them. Advice to everyone is wear your mask, adhere to all protocols, use your sanitizer, avoid shaking hands, avoid crowds. Remember, when you're not vaccinated, we are all not safe. Get vaccinated.
Jimpa SRC is concerned because he won the election yesterday. So big up to Samini for putting himself out there and making himself and all his followers proud. It's a great song that we are dedicating to Mrs. Joyce Jifate Anaglate of Evercool Purified Drinking Water. This is from your beautiful children, Frederick, Patrick, and Diamond. And you say aho, aho. Another birthday wish. This one is coming from Priscilla Amoa, and he says, today is my boss's birthday. Kindly wish her a happy birthday for me. This is Madam Felicia Uoni, production department, drama. And the message is, may God continue to bless you to light up the day of your staff with your infectious laughter. They love you all. And this is from the service personnel and the interns. All right. So happy birthday to all of you celebrating your birthday today. Congratulations to Samini for winning that election. He was here making interesting promises as part of his campaign. And we hope that all those promises are fulfilled so that the electorate and the people are happy. Big ups, Samini. Well done. Congratulations. And have you realized that there's a trend of celebrities, musicians going back to school? So I understand Kokoveli is his classmate doing project management. Stoneboy is in Jimpa as well. And a whole lot of people are going back to school. It's great. Remember, Achame Kwame did his bachelor's and his master's. KKD is actually working on his PhD. So it's a trend. It's a trend. It's a trend. It's all good. Education never stops. You're welcome to the show. We've got conversations coming up on things that you want to be interested in. We're looking at the elimination of child labor as something that we should be thinking about. We're also looking at Central Region 2022 Expo, creating jobs and promoting the Central Region. And then the York St. John University will pass through here to tell us what they have in store for us. But right here, we have a conversation on the headlines, and I'm pleased to have my guests in the studio. I have Reverend Kobina Ekudria. He is from the Gracious Seed exploits. Good to have you, sir. Back to see you. Good to see you again after
you.
a while. And he's almost matching our other guest, who is Sheikh Arimiao Shaibu, the spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. Salam alaikum. Shalom to both of you.
Good.
How are you?
I'm very fine.
How's the old man?
Old man is doing very well.
Okay.
Very excited, looking towards the inauguration of a new Quranic memorization school he has established at this age.
Where?
And a new mosque at Joma here in Accra.
Okay.
And hoping that on the 5th of August. So we are feverishly planning towards that. It's a project that he's so passionate about. He wants to see, and our prayer is that God will give him the life to really see this dream that he has. And we around him are trying our best to see how we can work out for him to, at this age, that something that excites him.
100 plus.
100 plus, and still sowing the seed.
Yes.
Planting a tree.
Yeah.
I mean,
for those who enjoy it long after he's gone.
and that's why sometimes we feel ashamed that even at our age, we are not doing much that like he's doing.
So good to see, good to hear that. The first flights for the Hajj took off last week. From Tamale.
From Tamale.
Yes.
That's not the first time.
Always for this year. This was the first time. That was the first flight for this year.
For this year. And I'm told that on 30th of June, the second flight, that is from Accra here, because this year the number has drastically been reduced, and so there's not so much pressure, and so they will be able to move. Hopefully, probably when the Kumasi International Airport also gets completed. I'm sure then
we can have flights from Ashanti.
And that eases the whole burden of carting pilgrims to Mecca as a departure from what we have seen before. And I think it's bringing more dignity and honor to the lives of those who intend to make the pilgrimage. And I think that for me that is a great development, and we are thankful to all the governments for all that they have done in terms of doing what brings some ease to the flight of pilgrims to Mecca.
When was the last time you were in Mecca?
I think my first one was in 1997. And I also got there, I think, in 2008 or so. And I've been there on 3 occasions.
But not Hajj related?
No, on Hajj related. Yes. I once were part of the organization, and I also went there as somebody who was an educator. Because the pilgrims need a lot of education. Like I keep on educating my people in the mosque. In fact, Hajj is not tourism.
No.
It is not a pleasure trip.
It's a pilgrimage.
It's a pilgrimage, and it's a pillar of Islam. So for you to pay, in today's sense, to pay 5,000...
39,000 cities.
Yes, 5,000 durable US dollars.
Durable. What a word.
And without you going to fulfill the spiritual experience, I will be very disappointed. And I will say so strongly to any pilgrim.
Thank you. Good words there. Reverend Kodio, are you surprised about the whole brouhaha around the National Cathedral?
Well, in a sense, because I don't expect everybody to buy into a religious program. Many times we forget that we are not just physical, but we have spiritual component. And a nation that fails to recognize its maker loses it. So the arguments, the doubts, especially in the face of challenging economic situation, I mean, it is a normal thing. But at the end of the day, the significance of it far outweighs any other hue and cry. Because we've got to know that we are here for a purpose. As human beings, as a society, we are not an accident. Nobody chose to be here. But no matter how you came, there's a purpose why you came here. There's a divine purpose for every human being. It doesn't matter whether we are born out of wedlock. Well, I mean, so far as we are here, we are breathing. And you go. Why do we come? We struggle to get everything. At the end of the day, we die and leave everything. Where do we go? So it is very, very important that we take cognizance of the fact that apart from everything, we are here at what? The pleasure of somebody who made it happen.
But did he ask for us to build a building for him?
He did not ask.
No, it is not. But you, when you recognize something, and then you want what appreciate it. We recognize that we have somebody who has been very, very good even towards assassination, and a God that we must recognize and appreciate. The fact that we don't see him doesn't mean that it does not exist. It's not a physical being.
So you are for it?
101%.
In spite of the challenges that we are facing?
Oh, challenges. Since when did we have challenges? We've always had challenges. We've always had challenges. Before the colonial period we've always had challenges. This is not the first time that we're having challenges as a nation. It depends upon how we embrace the challenges and how we confront it.
But your flock is saying, some of your flock is saying this is not the time. Focus on other things. Build hospitals.
Yes, the Bible even says that you people are saying this is not the time to build me a house. When is the time? At times, even in situations of challenges, you make sacrifices. We don't make sacrifices when everything is okay.
Some of your flock is saying, why didn't the churches come together as a collective and build this cathedral? From the tithes that they take, from the offerings that they take, with all the churches that we have in this country.
We have churches, but the churches are not the same. Every church, we are saying, has its own program that as well. For instance, when the National Mosque was being built, first, to give the people a place where they can commune with their Maker. Many times when there's a spiritual program,
the National Mosque was not built by the government.
Come again?
The National Mosque was not built, and the Sheikh can say more about that than me.
No, I'm not saying that the government built the National Mosque. Yeah. But whatever it is national.
But who built it? Who paid for it? That's the question.
I haven't gone there.
I want to go there.
I haven't gone there. And I mean, what I know is that at least it gives the people a place to commune with their Maker. You see, many times programs are held at Independence Square and other things. But when you have a place that is sanctified and dedicated solely for the purpose, you even enjoy the presence of God. You enjoy it more. So to me, the who and cry about it, well, they have a right to express the opinion, but I think it's a good thing for the nation. Very good.
We'll leave it here. Let's go into our headlines. Daily Graphic, Speaker directs investigations into COVID-19 expenditure. Government prudent in COVID-19 expenditure, Finance Minister tells Parliament. 48-hour ultimatum on CSIR lands, over 100 structures put down. Ghanaian Times, government spent 12 billion Ghana cedis in 2021, says the Finance Minister. Vanguard, Russian-Ukraine war cause of cedi depreciation. Ureku Edu. And the business analyst, no imminent fuel shortage, CBOD boss assures. Let's start with some demolition, shall we? Because the Greater Accra Regional Minister gave a 48-hour deadline for the buildings to come down on the CSRI, ARI lands. And yesterday that deadline elapsed and the buildings went down. We have footage we want to show you from our team that were there yesterday to capture the scenes of buildings coming down, bulldozers bringing down buildings like the wedding cakes that have collapsed. And people obviously not happy. Let's take a look at what happened and get some sounds also from that action that took place yesterday at the CSIR lands in Adenta Prafraha. So obviously these are the sites of buildings that used to be standing up and they are down really, and the people were not happy. Our man Jay was on the ground to speak with the people there and we've got the video, so you have a look at this, listen to what they had to say, have a conversation in the studio.
A lot of people here have lost their properties, and look, if you look around, you realize that they've had to vacate their premises completely, and then the bulldozer is also at work making sure the buildings are coming down. I just want to so with the benefit of the eye, you see the household now who is also lost their property, just sitting down there, just I can just imagine the kind of devastation or the thought process going through their mind right now. It's like to wake up this morning and just find out that your house is just gone. Yeah, so after several warnings over the years to get encroachers off the site, this is what the situation is this morning. So true to this word, the regional minister and the security forces are here to ensure that the encroachers here leave the site. I have one.
It was a mixture of pain and joy for some residents, in the level of losses.
Almost 6 months, we are going to complete all the things. I buy Samsung TV, 65 inches, 120,000. That's all the old kind of 120 million.
Others were urging officials on to demolish every structure on the land. They said land guards have been thorns in their flesh over the years in the area.
Land guards are the cause of this. Government must flush them out.
The regional minister came in a military chopper to the site and spoke to the media about the exercise.
Gave them 48 hours notice. The 48 hours elapsed. After this exercise, the Landlords Association outside the 200 acres, outside the perimeter, should meet quickly, and RESEC will make recommendations to the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources onward to the seat of government for to be for considerations and then eventually leading to regularization.
And as it often is with scavengers, they made the most of the situation. So scrap dealers took advantage of the demolition exercise to gather for themselves iron bars and other wares. Per information, original.
So those were scenes of demolition and destruction and devastation at the CSR lands in the Adenta Fafaha area. It was quite interesting for me to see the regional minister dressed like he was going on a commando operation. Full helmet, military garb, coming out of a helicopter. Is it a symbol of his seriousness? He's fighting a war against land guards?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it smacks of the sense of toughness with which he wants to do his work in a military style, not just an empty show of power, but as a responsibility, showing leadership. What is happening, I call it a necessary evil. It's something that we wish that it never happened. I'm a human being. If my house is pulled down, I will never be happy. So I sympathize with those who have suffered that loss. But it's something necessary, because we cannot also stay and say because of just one house, 1,000 human beings must die just because of one flood. So it's a sacrifice that we are making, sacrificing in order that we can save others. But I think that also we must also put the blame on those who gave the land, who signed the documents and regularized and legitimized the acquisition of that land wrongfully. If there's anyone who can be identified, he must be punished. If there's anyone whose signature was appended in order to give approval, legitimacy for the acquisition of those lands, because these are people who need a place to live.
200 acres.
Yes. Yeah. You see, and the issue of this land guard, let us not put the blame on the land guards. Put the blame of those who put their signatures and gave legitimacy to that.
So they legitimized.
They gave legitimacy for the acquisition, and land guards were rented. You see, but my advice to land guards is that, look, today you are so strong, you are bouncing, you are that. You live in your old age to remember the evils that you have done. Your conscience will judge you. At the time, I always say, look, if you are 25 years, you are strong. 25 today, as a young man, you are strong. I pray if you are in this kind of venture, evil venture, I pray you don't die until you see your 90th birthday. And God brings back to your memory the evil that you have done, and how your conscience in itself will make you carry the heavy weight that you never forget. And that guilt can kill you, can make you feel the stress of how true you other people who have acquired legitimately land that you dispossess them. And I've been talking in my mosque that if there's any Muslim young man who is doing so, must be careful, and I advise that quickly abandon this evil thing, and rich people who also have the power of affluence to influence wrongfully these young people. I sit down here, will never allow my son, or whatever my economic situation, my son, that's what he does for a living. So if today you are rich, you don't sympathize with a young man who is 25 years, you just give him a pittance of money, and you give him a gun, a knife, and he goes to clubs, kill, just because you want to possess land. That's a matter of serious, it's unconscionable that any affluent person does this in our country. So such people, I advise them, if there's anyone, if you want to counseling, get to counseling, get an alternative way, but it is very indignifying, it's very dishonorable, it's evil for any young person. I'm talking to any young person who has so reduced himself from the height of humanity to a tool to visit violence on other people who have acquired land, and you are used as a tool. This is very demeaning for any young people to allow himself to be anyone used for violence, whether politically or for this purpose.
A tool.
As a tool?
Like an axe.
Axe! A human being. How can a human being be reduced from humanity to a tool to visit violence on others, and you are proud of this? No one should be proud of. If you are a son, if you are a father, you cannot be proud of your son. That is what he does for living. And so, put aside the issue. For them, they are subject for counseling. For let's see where we can put them. But the one who put his signature and gave approval wrongfully for that thing to be built on a waterway that causes the dying of so multitudes of people because you want your house. There are other lands in the periphery of town. Please go there, buy land. Accra is getting choked. Go to the periphery, buy land, and build a house in the fashion that you want, and save us. Save us. I don't want to see any of our beautiful bridges built today, and under it flows flood, and killing people. No, it's not. So please, AMA, all the MCEs and those who are in charge of our land situations, please do your work. Congrats to the minister. And I like the fashion he's come, showing his smacks of seriousness and toughness, that damn what insults comes to him, he has been given a job and he must execute the mandate.
Thumbs up to him, right?
Yeah, thumbs up.
Reverend Kudia, so you've seen what's happened, but the fear too is that they'll demolish all these buildings, and then things will be sitting there. Next year, you come there, nothing has happened. 2 years, 3 years. I mean, we look at the June 3rd floods of years ago. Vehicles that were destroyed and things that were, they're still sitting there. So this kind of inertia is likely to happen. If you look at past events, that's what's going to happen. They're going to destroy things and leave them there. Yeah. Then the scrap guys will come and start taking out their scrap. People will come and start salvaging things. Before you know, a new camp is built there.
Thank you for even using that word, inertia. And then we go back to the society in which we live. Because the society in which we live has just been laid back. And because we laid back, laws that must safeguard the society are trampled upon with impunity. There's no discipline in our society. It is not from today. We've got to be honest and say, how did this come about? Because people think they have no respect for the law and regulations, and they know that even when they contravene the laws and regulations, nothing will happen to them. Laws, when they are made and they are not enforced, they are useless. What makes developed countries develop is that they know that if the red light is on and you cross, you are going to be sanctioned for it. Not that the people are just law abiding, but they know that there will be a penalty for violating that law. What happens to us? I can do it, nothing happens to me. All over the place. When did this encroachment start? Perhaps from one person. What was the CSR doing? Sitting down. 2, 3. This is a problem of our society.
The CSR are not enforcers, it's the police.
I'm coming. They are the owners of the land. And when you see somebody encroaching, what do? You make a report to the police. We see a lot of things happening. Today, somebody will be using this place illegally. Nothing happens. Then the next day, 2 people, 10 people, 100 people, then it becomes a political issue. dealing with it then becomes a political issue. So we must sit down as a society, like the issue, the menace of land gas. Is it beneficial to the health of the country? What do we do? It should be void of any partisan politics. Because we all know that, like a sheikh is saying, what they connote is violence. 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 People even rightfully acquire their properties, but some people use other means and employ this land gas, and they visit mayhem and violence upon them. Because there's no discipline in our society today. Laws are not respected.
And it's very interesting because Ghana is a very religious country, and there's so much lawlessness. And
that's a contradiction.
There's contradiction. Or is it pseudo-religion? Because if we are a religion, yes,
has its laws that must be enforced. That's why God even gave the 10 commandments. And there were penalties that go with violation of the commandments. When the leaders, those who are entrusted with the enforcement of the laws, like the town and country planning people, inspectors and other things, what do they do?
It's a good question, because I want to show you something right now that we discovered when our man Jay Gabra went to the CSIR lands. So one of the occupants there who was suffering the loss of his building said he pointed to a particular sign on a wall and said, but if we are illegal, the screen right now, who has given us this L55 Perena Street? They've named the street, and on an illegal construction, they've named the street. It has a what's it called? Locational GO 0788399.
Digital.
It has been digital. It's part of the digital address system. And illegal construction has a digital address.
And this is the death knell of our society. Everybody seems compromised. The civil servant, the public servant, the law enforcement, everybody seems compromised. So nothing works. Yes, something illegal.
It has a street, they didn't give it a name, a street name. It has a street name.
It's not a laughing matter. I believe this must call for a national consensus. We must sit down.
Reverend,
we cannot continue like this.
I think you're going too far. Just arrest the people who did this. We don't need to go to a national conference.
No, I'm not talking
go to town and country and arrest them.
I'm not limiting to this one. Because it is over, it is rife, it is rampant. The indiscipline, the lawlessness, that has become the fabric of our society.
Let's make some people responsible. Sack the person who is at the top. Not any small boy. Sack the top guy.
Who is going to sack? Because there are party connections, there are political connections, there are this and this.
Religious connections.
Whatever. Every connection, chieftaincy connection, they'll get me.
Let's use the example.
So Ghana is a connection country?
Oh, but you know it better than I. You see? So that's why the laws don't work. Our laws don't work. That's what you should understand. Laws don't work in this country. And until we make the laws work, nothing will work. Until we are bold, you see, we need a radical shake-up of the society. A very radical shake-up, because things cannot continue to go on like this. Look at even our roads.
I say arrest the big man.
The big man.
If you arrest the big man, the small man will be scared.
The big man knows. That's what I'm saying, that he is party this, he is party that, he's you just can't understand it.
You can't understand it. You are flummoxed.
A labyrinth sort of what? Negative activities.
When you pray, what do you pray for?
My Bible tells me that it's few that will enter into the kingdom of God.
Wow.
It's not about shouting Jesus, Jesus. We pray, but when we pray, there must be action.
You're not seeing action.
We are not taking action.
What would you do?
You can't tell me that you pray, you sit down and put your hands in. You pray and act.
What would you do if you had the power?
Me, Kwabena.
Yes, sir. What would you do?
Me, I believe the radical shake-up.
No, what would you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
Those who deserve to be punished must be punished. Look, a whole lot of things. Now, very soon they'll be entering into the political season campaign with promise that this is corrupt, that is corrupt. But when they come, what do we see about corruption?
Do you castigate them in your sermons when you go to church?
Just come and give it. Listen. No, you see, to me, the Bible says a thief is a thief. A thief is not the one who just takes somebody's cassava. But when you're a public officer A thief is one who takes what does not belong to him.
So why are we not catching the thieves?
You can talk, but you don't have even the power of question. Do you get me? The police, you report. I mean, have you not had an issue at the police station before?
So
at times, even the police, if they want to act, because of the connections, political chieftaincy, they are just what?
Are you giving up?
Rendered impotent.
Are you giving up on Ghana?
Well,
I'm talking about its prevailing. What are we doing to address the issue? Because we can't continue like this. We can't continue like this. It will come back and hurt all of us.
Sheikh. It started hurting us already.
I associate with his passion and emotion about how, because you see, when God created this world, He created it in a certain order. Once you throw things out of order, what happens is chaos. And in human description, once you do anything that throws God's system in disorder, it translates into human indiscipline. That's why when there's order, you find everything is smooth. When you get a traffic light, and we are all coming, no red, no yellow, and then we come and there's confusion. But when the red light shows, and I stop, the green shows, and you move in, there's a certain harmony. That is how God made us. And as humans, God made us orderly.
But you travel around the world, you see how things happen. What's the difference? What's
that's
the
why I
problem
told
here?
you, when you are traveling from outside, New York, Turkey, Istanbul, how do you call it? When in the night, when I'm descending over there in the night, when you reach, you are airborne, you look at it, oh, it's beautiful. You can see pavements and the lights are in certain order and you can see. Now come on the space, Accra space, in the night. Once you enter into our space, I challenge you, you look down. you look down and see how our lights are. They are scattered, but you see, and it's all because we don't, in other places, before the community develops, they have earmarked the place, and the gutters and the drains and all the streets have all been made before. So you are compelled to build within a set
template.
Unfortunately for us, it is not the case.
Why?
But we come back. Look, when the IGP went to the Islamic case in Kumasi, those who are in charge, who did not handle matters well, he interdicted them. Quickly, immediately. He had to do so. You see, so if there's somebody who is in charge of town and planning,
he's not doing his work.
So he's not doing his work. Can somebody say, look, because you are in charge. You are in charge and you never saw that this was done. So can you leave office?
Sheikh, imagine a Ghana where you are in charge.
Yes.
What would you be doing? Your first 100 days.
Look, my first, because it has to come within the context of a vision.
Yes, your first 100 days.
Vision. What kind of Ghana do we want to see? And I think that the NDPC once, created a forum where all religious
Development Planning Commission.
to present the kind of Ghana we want to see. You see, in terms of what is everyday, I want to see a Ghana where structures are built in a certain fashion that shows order. Because I believe in beauty. That for Dubai to become the place where people go there now for this thing, tourism. It took certain people's decision and plan, foresight and vision.
To change a desert into...
That is why Ghana today, people are saying, anything they're saying, they say Dubai. Some of our politicians, their children want to get married.
They go to Dubai.
They go to Dubai. Why not Ghana? It means, what it means is Ghana, Dubai is more beautiful than Ghana. It means Dubai is a better place to go. So why are you somebody who has led a country, or you are in charge of our country, your son or daughter wants to do something presently or in the past, and then you leave Ghana, you go to it means your country is not well planned.
And the poor planning affects even how water escapes when it rains. And Takoradi has been in the news for quite a bit now, with school children and vehicles trapped in heavy rains in Takoradi. Front page of today's Ghanaian Times. Take a look at some of these visuals. And then we'll have a chat with our Western Regional correspondent, Marie Aziz Tunde. Check this out. Tak ready.
Obi no sofa here bed no kwayo. Oh, obi the bed no turn no kwa. Obi ja no that me. Acha. Ke yes agana we di. Na super oyiye na. I didn't open the catch on Sunday once. I said it. Down.
This is like the exodus of the Hebrews from Egypt under wicked Pharaoh, going to the promised land.
Yeah, I say, why do we do this to ourselves?
This is crazy. You are familiar with this part of Ghana?
Yeah, I mean,
you're a tidy guy.
I schooled. I'm from secondary. I schooled in Takwa. So it's my area. So fancy. I say, no.
Somebody's bed is going. But this is serious.
But you see, I know Takwa the area. It's a rainy area.
Heavy rain.
It's a heavy rain. I know Takwa.
It rains heavy.
Anyone who has lived in Takwa knows this. And Takwa is secondary. In all those areas, rain belts. During the rainy season, we know. So for all this year that I was born 65 years ago, in secondary area, I have schooled there. Look at the years that I have. Look at my age now. So those who have been planning, and this is not the first time. So what has been the planning to save and to say, look, between seasons, and that's why I'm really also charging NADMO. If it's a disaster management and flooding is one of those. So how does NADMO, for example, wants to plan between seasons? Having seen some of the areas that are disaster prone in terms of the flooding. So how do they connect with the urban roads? How do they connect with those who have been connecting the drains and insist that certain things must be done in between seasons? And I always come back to this adage or the tree. When your friend's beard catches fire, now they say don't even find water and put aside. In fact,
that's a new
like Reverend is safe.
So he's safe. I'm in trouble.
I'm in more trouble. Look at my sides.
Because he doesn't want trouble. He will shave.
At least you get water.
You see, and look,
well, we have a week.
I come back to our traditional wisdom. We don't go to the Western philosophy and to understand the English language we call anticipation that leads to planning. They say this when you see. So what principle does this one define for us in planning? So today we have seen this. So do we sit down for next rainy season and we see lives and look at a terrible situation? If I find myself there, I can't see myself in this situation. And I sympathize with all those who are suffering this.
Reverend and Sheikh, I'm going to put you on the spot. The religious people have been things by the will of God. So some people will think that, it was meant to happen. It's my destiny for this to happen.
Let me quickly
How are you able to change people's minds? People think like this. This is the destiny. It's Allah's will. It's God's will.
Has given us the will, the brain. He says, "I've said before you, good and bad, life and death. The choice is yours." From the brain that we've got, how do we define our values and priorities? Now, this issue we are talking about is not an issue that even NABMO can handle. Very soon we shall be going to elections. Politicians will come with diarrhea maps.
With what?
Diarrhea maps.
Diarrhea maps.
Maps.
Oh, mouths.
Promising everything.
Ooh, that's a very
good
smelly
intentions.
Image. Very smelly image.
But do we question even how they are going to bring their intentions into reality? Do we give them the timelines? Within 4 years, do they tell us, first year I'll do this, second year I'll do this? Do we have our priorities? Don't get me. So, if, for instance, we are seeing this, witnessing it year on, any serious politician, what solution does he have for it?
Let me give you a solution. Break down the buildings that are sitting on waterways.
Break
them down.
The indiscipline
like
in our
CSR,
society.
like CSR buildings. Yes. Break the buildings down.
Yes. The indiscipline in our society. You see, politicians at times they are cowards because even they are afraid of losing votes. Every politician is afraid of losing votes, and so they are very, very cautious, taking radical measures.
And the other argument is that you, the religious people, are not calling them out in public. You're not calling them out, you're not naming them and say, hey, my friend, you are behaving like an evil human being. You are devilish. So mention his name. You don't do it.
This is why this country is where it is today. And you do not need a soothsayer to tell you that we are on the brink.
We need the religious people to talk to them one-on-one.
We need everybody.
No, but you have respect.
We need everybody. We should not make them feel that everything is okay. No. Things are not right. Things are not okay. It's not about being partisan or not. No, things are not right. When the members feel good, even religious leaders, it inures to our own good.
But this is
when the members prosper, it benefits everybody.
Without making you an expert, just looking at this shows that water needs to flow somewhere. Water is not flowing somewhere, and water will always find its level. There are some blockages somewhere. People have built on waterways.
The attitudes. If you look at
it's criminality. It can't be attitude. It's criminality, isn't it?
Attitudes. Our sewage and everything. We need a personal discipline. Why do we dump even garbage into the gutter? So what are the assemblies doing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So why are they there?
To take money from the national coffers.
So why can't we sack them?
People are taking money without working.
Why can't we sack them?
We've got to do away with them.
Why can't we do it?
So we are saying that, look.
Remember, you're not answering the question. Why can't we sack the people?
Why can't we sack them?
The people who are misbehaving.
They are connected.
If an Osofo misbehaves in your church, will you not sack him?
Yes. If the Osofo misbehaves, what do? We pray for God to come in.
And then you sack him.
Some are sacked. It depends.
You keep them there?
You see, now even when you talk of church, it depends upon who is running the church.
Then you guys are also confused.
No. Now, truth. But it's not everybody who is dispensing the truth.
Okay.
But some people want it so. Even the Bible says that the prophet prophesied by Baal, and my people love it so. Some people want to be deceived.
Okay.
That's why some people will remove their panties and go and take you to church.
Really?
But I was not push on them. Mature people.
Okay. But does it not worry? Does it not make you?
It is worrying.
No, there are countries that are not that religious. Yeah. In fact, probably irreligious or even atheistic. But there's order in those countries.
Order.
No, what's going on? People who don't owe any allegiance to God, they don't think that anybody created them. They think they evolved from apes. They evolved from apes.
They are natural laws.
But there's order there.
When you plant maize at the right time, whether you go to church, you go to mosque or not,
you get the corn.
You get the yield. They are natural laws. They are natural systems and others.
Okay, let's go to Takrady and speak to her on the ground. She's Mary Aziz Tunde, our Western Regional Correspondent. Mary, I hope you were not affected by this inundation. I mean, this is like a biblical flood. Mary, good morning.
Good morning, Kafri. And yes, I wasn't in any part of Apremdo. I wasn't in that area at that time, so I was not affected. But just as you liken the situations to a story in the Bible, Egyptians migrating being led by Moses, it was somewhat like that from all the videos that our GTV camera guy was able to get for us. It was very scary and so unlike Saturday or the Western region, even in Papa where they record very high volumes of rain each year, even when it's not in the rainy season. The situation was that bad, and as you mentioned already, that time, a lot of parents had taken school children, they were taking them home. A lot of school buses were carrying school children from school to their homes, around 3, 4, 5, and they were stuck, almost submerged. So you can imagine how the children felt during that period. What might have been going through their minds, what is happening, because most of them or all of them had never seen anything of that sort before. From that stretch, preceding, there is a traffic light from Anaji, which houses a lot of schools in Takadi, a lot of private and public schools. So a lot of children's school in that area, Anaji. And during that hour, from 3 to 5, most cars you see have 2 children in them, taking them home. And then from Apollo Junction through to Apremdo, the Mayon Barracks, Apremdo, Apawa, Agola, St. Mary's Boys School area, that is where the situation was worse. The flood, I don't really know how to describe it. It was like a pool or a sea or a lake. So the cars were submerging. And I think it's about time, if this is what we are seeing, because that one is perennial, St. Mary's Boys School area. This isn't the first time. 2 years ago, it was somewhat like this. Last year, it was somewhat like this, but this year it was worse. I think we should begin to train people on what to do in such instances. Some drivers who were trying to drive through the floods nearly submerged. And some of the cars which were overturned, you see them overturned in the videos, were trying to drive through it. But the ones who were able to park were safer. So I think it's high time we begin to start awareness, create awareness on what to do in such instances. And this is where NADMO comes in. Prevention. Some of these things, not try to come in after such situations happen.
Planning authorities saying, put aside the political leadership, the city planning, the surveyors, the planners, the spatial planners, all the people who are responsible for bringing order to where human beings live. What are they saying is the cause of these situations, this flooding?
We can't put away the politicians. Yesterday, the Western Regional Minister was asked to assess the situation, the impact, whatever happened. And there he mentioned that the St. Mary's Boys School area, there is a problem with the construction, and quickly there will be funding to try to quickly fix the problem. So you can't do away with the politicians. The planner at the assembly, or the Ethiopia Community Municipal Assembly will still have to take directions from the politician who is the Western Regional Minister, and the Western Regional Minister takes it from the national bosses. So we can't do away with them, but what we can do is to get them to do the needful. Like I mentioned, the St. Mary's Boys School area situation, this isn't the first time, but this time it was worse. And God forbid, we don't know what will happen next year. St. Mary's Boys, the school was flooded, the school itself was flooded. But it wasn't so much in the news because all attention was on the road. And the students were in school, so I think they were safer. But the whole school compound was submerged in water.
So Accra has a problem with people building on waterways, with gutters being choked with plastic filth. Is that a similar situation in Takoradi?
Building on waterways is a situation here as well. It is a situation here as well. People then the placing of shops and containers as unapproved sites It's also a problem. And then that in the market circle, there was also a similar situation in the market circle, the Saturday market circle, the main business district. There was also a problem there, and that was because gutters, very huge gutters, which could carry flood waters away, have been filled with rubbish.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, well.
So we don't have huge gutters. They are filled already. So when it rains, the rubbish competes with the rain.
We look like refugees escaping a war zone. I mean, so sad, and it's just amazing. People are driving in this. I mean, did you leave your brains at home to be driving in this? Mary, thank you so much for the updates. This is just so sad. We know the problems: building on waterways, plastic waste, choke gutters. I mean, it's so simple. You don't need a conference to bring down the buildings that are sitting on the motorways, on the waterways. It's a simple thing. It's a simple thing.
It's a simple thing.
We got messages now with Thelma. I'm going to read them all for us, or as many of them as she can. Keep them brief. If you keep them brief, it is likely that we'll read them. Alaji has been complaining that I read the messages too fast. When it's plenty, I don't have time. You know what I'll do. But keep them brief for me, okay? Alaji, thank you so much. Thelma, take it away. 055561034 messages.
Indeed, and thank you for sending them to us. These are the thoughts of those who are watching and sharing their opinions, not the opinions of GBC or any of us here, the presenters. Here is one, and it's from inside Cape Coast. It's from The Great. This is the handwork of God, because Ghanaian leaders are mocking God with the National Cathedral, armed robbers in suits robbing the nation with digitalized. I don't quite know what you are aiming to get at here, but those are your thoughts. Good morning, Kaf. In Ghana, it's not drainage. Our gutters don't drain anything, because when you trace the gutters, it doesn't lead anywhere. It's just lying by the road and leads to nowhere. Collins from Akwetia GCD, using the hashtag I love to see GTV breakfast. George joins with his own comments. A picture of Paul Kagame here, Rwandan president. I've closed over 6,000 churches and mosques in my country, and I'm now demanding for a theology degree for every religious leader. Churches can't be turned into businesses while I lead. And this is perceived to be from the Rwandan president. And George says this is what must be done in Ghana here, demanding theology degrees from those who want to have religious positions. Is that what we want? Akwele Shanton joins our conversation, says, good morning, GTV. Without no apologies, the African nation is a dash. As Donald Trump said, we are all to be blamed for the catastrophe, specifically our government and leaders who have been put in strategic districts to serve the nation. More messages coming in on our WhatsApp line. Good morning, Kafui. My mom visited her land somewhere, Dodowa, and some, you are claiming some Muslim guys came from the bushes to threaten her, and after promised her land, which she said no to, then they said they wouldn't give her the land. So please tell Sheikh so they can organize some talks to some of the Muslim guys, because I love the way he talks and addresses issues very well. God bless him. Big Sam, thank you for that message. Silas Odum says, good morning, BFS. I like the boldness of the Greater Accra Minister, Honorable Henry, and we need people like him to head all the government institutions. Silas Apau Odum reaching us from Mankesim. Kobe says, Ghana is a connection country indeed. There is nothing here done without connections. God have mercy on us and grant our leaders wisdom. Hashtag I love to see GTV breakfast. Trisha, what are you saying to us? Good morning to your astute panel. I feel so dreadful for the people whose houses have been demolished. They should have been given at least a month or two. Curfew grazed my mind. The aftermath is always disappointing. It will be left in that state forever. Digital address, shaking my head. We live in an arrested development nation. Our system is in a coma. God help us all. Hamza from Pig Farm is joining us. Alhaji, good morning. I totally agree with Sheikh Arimi Yao that those whose signatures are pended to legitimize the acquisition of this land should be made to face the full rigors of the law. This is becoming one too many, and it's time to put a stop to this act of lawlessness. I wept yesterday when I saw the demolition exercise going simply because of the children and women, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Perhaps I'll scroll to the very top to take some of the more recent messages and more coming in. Ghana is sinking is what this viewer says. Christianity is destroying the country. Those are his views there. Good morning, GTV BFS. In God Almighty and the gods of our land, this country and our irresponsible leaders, and that's why there's serious flooding everywhere where it's not needed. Kwabena, what do you have to add to this conversation? Good morning. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. The 48-hour ultimatum should be looked at in terms of the court ruling. Warnings, walling of the 200-acre part, the already 900-acre encroached land without permit and blatant disregard for law and order. The state should sanction all the property owners on the 900-acre land. Failure to comply with the sanctions should have their properties confiscated to the state. Kwabena is reaching us from Kumasi. Nazir says, good morning, Kafui. Communities surrounding UCC deserve better. We pay for dumping our rubbish, and for the past 6 months, the waste container has not been emptied. Now the waste materials are everywhere. It's very bad. What are the monies collected for? Nasir Damson is asking that question. Eric says, for Ghana to have better cities in the country, we need more affordable houses to cover our population. Eric Finn from Awoshi. Here is one. He didn't tell us where you are reaching us from. Do add your name next time. Good morning, Kafu and Thelma. I don't think Ghanaians are opposed to honoring God with a place of worship. The hue and cry is about the hypocrisy of our political leaders and pastors. The looting of state coffers and insensitivity must stop. To obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. People are quoting scripture here. This is very serious. Honorable Henry Kote is so heartless in this hardship economy, and you are doing this. So this viewer is not happy with Honorable Kote for the demolition. Good morning, Kafu and team. City authorities aren't working. FR Women's Go joins and says, good morning, Honorables. Can you just invite me for some of the kina of tasting festivals? I think we will invite you next Thursday. But she goes on to say, I totally agree that those in charge of the labeling of the illegal structures must be apprehended. Apremdo, Apoa, flooding and the scenes of school kids in the taxis rather unfortunate. Apremdo. Okay. Apoa. See, it tells you I haven't been to Takrady in a while, so my aunties will be coming for me. I'm sorry. My aunties in Takrady will be coming for me. Flood is gradually submerging us as a country. I strongly recommend GTV Breakfast should be made a must-watch show for all heads of institutions. For in there, they will get solutions to which they lack in their respective positions. I have no way of wrapping this up better than with that comment from FR Women's Gold. And if you have time, Kaf, I'll be back to read some.
Thank you so much, Thelma. Thank you. Those are your messages.
Great job.
Great job, yes, from my panelists to you. The WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Put it on your phone, okay? Just grab your phone like this, 055-556-1034, so that you can just send messages to us. Thanks, Thelma. We'll take another story. So yesterday, I got a message. Boom. They say, hey, Ebola outbreak in Ghana. And then I must admit, I'm guilty. I forwarded it to one of my platforms. And then I thought a doctor came up and said it was a simulation exercise in the northern region. So be careful, it's not quite Ebola. Now, but I was thinking it was a GNA story, because when somebody sends me links, I look at where it's coming from. And it was GNA.org. They're correct, this thing. When they checked, it was GNA. And then I sent a message out to somebody at Noguchi. And my friend from Noguchi comes back and says, no, if there was an Ebola outbreak, Noguchi would be the first people to know about it, because they would have done all the tests and everything. So it turned out that it wasn't an Ebola outbreak. And our news at 2 p.m. right here on GBC give you the verified news. The moral of the story is that if you want news that will not be fake, you want to be listening to GTV. Yeah, okay.
Great. Very honest.
Yes.
Yeah, very honest.
We don't rush with fake news.
Yes,
all right?
yes.
Yeah. And if you want to listen from the Director General of the Ghana Health Service, he saying what it was and what it was not. Take a listen.
This afternoon, we've had some news that I want the opportunity to explain what has happened. We don't have any Ebola case, but as a service, we always do simulations. We don't just wait for the thing to happen. We do simulations to say, should I have Ebola today? Is my system ready? And so that was an exercise that was being carried out in Tamale. That should there be Ebola outbreak, would the system be ready? Would the labs be ready? Would all the surveillance people be ready? Then that's what I think somebody misconstrued that to be a real outbreak. So it's one of the simulation exercises we routinely do for such cases. Should there happen, whether it is Lassa fever, yellow fever, anything, we do periodically to see our preparedness should this happen. So That's what I want to put out there. We also put on our social media feed to explain that the situation that we are in.
Okay, and it was very interesting. The moment I heard the news, I was telling a friend of mine who I was working, I said, I can bet you that on social media, people will start saying, now Ebola has, it didn't happen in JM's time, but it's happening at Akufo-Addo's time. And no sooner had I said that, and I started seeing all the trends. Hey, Charlie, Ebola is in Ghana. Nana, you brought Ebola to us. Now, those people, I wonder what they're saying now, because the thing turns out that there was no Ebola. This quick politicization of news doesn't take us anywhere.
I think there's a mischief.
Yeah.
Media mischief that has its roots in the type of politics that we do.
It's just foot soldiers. Foot soldiers with lots of data. Who have to please their people.
They are those, because
online.
You do so.
Yeah.
Either you discredit the government or you discredit the past.
It's all propaganda.
So it's part of the propaganda. And these people have, look, media is, you can put people in a room, 3 people in a room, or 7 of them. And they can all be taxing the mischief, and they have platforms, and it goes so fast. And these are rented people who can do this.
No, I actually saw somebody with 15 phones.
Yeah,
this is a guy who calls. It's a serial caller. He has 15 phones.
Look, it brings me to the earlier question you put to Reverend. Sometimes you must feel ashamed that you are within the religious terrain. Sometimes you might feel ashamed, or you see a certain contradiction in terms of what religion is expected to do to human society. You see, the moral sanity. Put aside the issue of the percentage Muslim Christian, but I'm saying that in Ghana here, more than 90%
is religious.
Is religious. Okay, so if all these evils are taking place, who are doing so?
That's the question.
So we are religious, but we are not pious.
There's something wrong.
We are not righteous. So I think that as religious people, this is what we must be doing. Draw people's mind that it's only fashionable to become religious and be parading yourself in those things. But the real essence of religion is more spiritual, and also talking about what brings well-being and happiness to society, representing the righteousness of God and put it in the domain of human experience.
That's it.
That is it. But anything short of this, in my view, strongly makes religion useless.
Strong decision views there. Reverend, any quick points before we go to Parliament? We want to talk COVID funding accountability.
To me, religion is supposed to promote the total well-being of the individual. It's not just about saying it. The most important, the fear of God in a person. Is it right? What I'm doing, if someone does it to me, will I feel good about it? Today, it looks as if, like Sheikh said, that at times, when even you want to identify yourself as a pastor, there's an element of uneasiness. Because people start looking at you with suspicion. The moment you call yourself, you identify yourself, people start looking at you with suspicion.
They look at you with an eye.
Yes. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that everyone who is a pastor is that negative, belongs to that negative basket or that negative perception. But the majority or the things that are happening, you see, it doesn't give comfort to anyone.
All right.
Not that religion has played any human role in the shaping of the society.
Exactly.
But today, as it is,
it's not working.
Are we really pursuing the values, the cardinal values that our religious beliefs impose upon us?
That's the question that we need to think about this morning. Let's just jump to Parliament now, because Parliament MPs, especially those on the minority side, were calling for the finance minister to come and account. And finally, he made his appearance. He's featured in most of the newspapers I have here with me. Ghanaian Times, his picture is there. Vanguard, his picture is there. He's all over the place. The Break, Business Finder, Ghanaian Daily Graphic. He's everywhere. He's trending today. Let's take a couple of scenes from Parliament to see, to hear what he was talking about and the figures that were being bandied around. And we'll come back for a quick discussion on the finance minister appearing in Parliament yesterday to account for COVID funds that were spent.
The Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, finally came to the floor of Parliament on midday of Wednesday, June 22, 2022, to explain how government utilized the COVID-19 funds and answer 16 other questions from members of the House.
For the year 2020 and 2021, the program expenditure amounted to 15.763 million for the COVID-19 related expenditure, out of which the actual utilization was 12.036 million. At the end of 2021, total utilization was 3.9 billion, representing 85% utilization. As of 31st March 2022, a total of 5.4 million vaccines have been supplied and received into the country. Since the commencement of the COVID-19 campaign, March 2nd, 2021, 14.3 million have been administered as of April 25th, 2022.
In response, the ranking member on the Finance Committee of Parliament, Dr. Kesiel Forson, and other members of the minority demanded a more detailed breakdown of the expenditure.
You received IMF 1 billion. You are telling us that you raised a bond of 10 billion. You're also telling us that you had some sources from World Bank. You've given us the numbers, but you have spent 12 billion. Give us an idea where the rest of the money is.
A summary of the expenditures are captured on pages 14 and 15 of the statement.
The president says 17.7 billion. The minister says 12 billion. Yet he received 19 billion.
Clearly, it's a deliberate attempt to position the minister and cause disaffection for him. That's trying to cover up. There's no cover up. The answer is here.
Not satisfied.
That's our parliament for you. They only agree when it's time for their own money, really. Yeah, but when it's other issues, when it's extra, they agree. Yeah. But that's it's to be expected, right? They'll say this, they'll say that. Are we the more wiser? I mean, are we none the wiser for that accounting exercise? Because there's still a cause for him. People are calling for him to come back and account in detail. I mean, where are we really?
You see, once you take leadership, you must be prepared for accountability. Mm-hmm. Once you are using public funds, mm-hmm. it is the right of the citizenry or whoever is there. Because you see, that's why we give you the leadership. It's part of our right, our sovereignty that we cede to you. But we expect that you will use the funds in a manner that so. Accountability means now come and tell us how you have spent money. Even for those who are religious, that is the right thing to do. Be prepared. That's why I told you, if you put me in an office now where I spend money for charity, one of the things I'll be interested to get an internal audit and be prepared for external audit.
Okay, so internal, external.
Yes, listen exactly, to the so that you can account to the money does not belong to you. It belongs, so you must account in a manner that is so transparent for people to know that, yes, the money, if there's a challenge, then you also explain.
Listen to the Speaker. The Speaker says he has ordered the Health and Finance Committees of the House to probe all government's COVID-19 expenditure as accounted to Parliament yesterday from June 22 by the Finance Minister. He has ordered the parliamentary subcommittees following a denial by Mr. Ofori-Atta on the floor while answering some 16 questions that the government has not been transparent with its COVID-19 expenditure. So it doesn't end there. They're ordering charging Parliament to do that. It's allowed.
I mean, it is okay. Calling for accountability to me, it is in order so that when you are handling what is not yours, you know that you have to account for it. See, but what worries me, what I find very disquieting, is that up to now, Parliament has not been able to organize a probe into those parliamentarians who took double salaries. You know, some time ago, some MPs took double salaries. Mm. We've not heard anything about it again.
I read somewhere that some of them started paying back that money.
Started paying back. Stealing. You didn't deal with them, say they're paying back. So you see what the problem that we are talking about. Mm. They stole the money. The MPs stole the money. It doesn't make them honorable.
Those are strong words.
No, but they knew that they were not entitled. It's not an entitlement. Please, we should not always be charitable. It is not the entitlement to take the salaries. It is not theirs. They need to, and as MPs, they should lead by example. They stole the money.
So they are thieves.
If you take what does not belong to you, you're a thief. If you take what does not belong to you, and this is what is going on. They are stealing people's money all over the place. Now you are calling that somebody must come and account for it. What about those who took the monies that? What have we heard about it? You made us hear that some people have taken salaries that they should not take. We do not know what happened to it again. I think they should be what? Prosecuted. If we are really serious, if we believe in accountability, those who took salaries, monies that they should be prosecuted. And they must be robbed of the title honorable, because what they did is so dishonorable. It's so dishonorable. And these people, very soon, some will be ministers and they will be what? Being worse. And this is what they destroy the country. Charity begins what? At home. And Parliament has its own house in order. We heard of somebody, what? The Sajema Housing Project. What came out of it? What came out of it? I mean, at times we bleed.
You're very passionate about this.
I'm very passionate, and at times even I feel sad that I'm a Ghanaian.
No, don't feel sad.
No, I'm honest. I've been working. They tell us what came out of it. Are they watering it down because somebody too wants to do it and so that you cover my back? No. So Parliament must discharge its responsibility honorably. Honorably. Look at what happened when they wanted a speaker. Look at what happened. So disgraceful. So disgraceful. Have they purged themselves of that word? Disgrace. So the speaker must now make sure that Parliament it becomes what it should be to receive the honor that the society must give it.
And if they don't,
there's nothing I can do. But if they don't return the money, but there are thieves that have not been caught. Because up to now, I see them as thieves, honestly.
But Kaf, let it remain on record that once it was found out that they took double salary but they did not pay it back, let it remain on record. But I will call on future politicians to not learn from such. I also call on the Speaker, you see, this kind of accountability should not remain with the Minister of Finance alone. Sure. There are other cases of malfeasance or whatever you can call it that needed to be probed. We are silent on them. So I want us that matters of accountability should not be politicized. We must see it as a national necessity. And it connects very well with our economic salvation as a nation. Okay. There's an economic downturn, and we are fleecing, and there is financial hemorrhage. So whether this government or any other government will be putting water in a basket. You pour water thinking it must get full, but you have perforated the bucket or the basket. And so the more as you pour the water in terms of your economic resources, the more it drains secretly into people's pocket. And the same people come to charge these governments, whether this or the other, that, oh, corruption, oh, economic downturn, we are that, our dollar, our that. And you are contributing in a very terrible manner.
They should start with their internal issues.
Start with their internal issues and make sure that others also do.
I don't have much time. I want to bring one quick issue.
The issue is, it's not about protecting one's party or not. You see, our problem is that we don't have what we call the national interest.
Okay.
Nobody loves Ghana.
All right.
Our politicians love their parties, but they don't love Ghana.
So we need a national interest.
Oh, yes.
A quick point. Yesterday I went to buy fuel. Charlie, these days, when you put like even 100 or 150 in your tank, the needle just looks at you and says, you say, wait, put more inside. Put more inside. The needle doesn't move. It doesn't move. I'm seriously thinking of buying a horse, because it's crazy. I mean, how are you feeling these fuel prices, man?
Because I'm afraid of hypertension.
If you fear it will come to you.
So always I want to keep calm.
Okay.
And so I only pray for God to give me the resources
to buy the
fuel to buy. And then also be talking like the way I'm doing for those in charge to do something about our economy. Because if you joke, you go outside and then you cannot survive.
Right.
So currently it's like our dollar going up, CD falling. you must survive in this country.
How are you doing it? Are you limiting your movements?
Well, you have to. If you have no view, can you go?
So when they call you for a meeting far away, what do you tell them?
Oh, I'm far away.
Messages. How are you dealing with the fuel situation? Charlie, it's not easy. Alaji Hamza, Kafui, truth be told, I don't trust this government when it comes to the management of our resources based on their track record. I totally agree with the Speaker of Parliament that the Health Finance Committee should go into the matter. It's only in Ghana that accountability and transparency to the citizens is a problem, and why should it be so? We call on the minority not to disappoint Ghanaians this time round, like what happened, during the issue of the e-levy saga. That's the Kose working on me right here. John Paul, good morning. When speculations on COVID started, state officials came out to tell us that it wasn't true, but after a few days, it was confirmed. When monkeypox issue broke out, they said it wasn't true, but how long does it take for the first case to be confirmed? Now we're hearing of Ebola, and they say it's a simulation. Anyway, the truth and the lie battle, confusion rocks. Okay, more messages. Cap, there are two issues. It is the recent ones that have paid voluntarily, but the former ones aren't prepared to pay. What's that all about? You're talking about the 200 acres CSIR land and the already 900. So those who have already encroached, do their buildings also come down? If you're going to be insulting us, telling us to shut up, we won't read your message. We'll shut you down. Thank you for connecting Kenny Fruits. Why would the Ministry of Finance disburse $23 million to an architectural firm when no work has been done? There are large gutters within Ghana that would benefit from this very money. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. My name is Kofi Mbia from Cape Coast. I do not think that whoever gave the name or the number to the street or the structure shown on the screen needs to be arrested. If that is the case, then what of those who listed that structure during the population and housing census? The system is too much. Politicians, but it's not just politicians, the public servants away. How ironic is it? Villages without physical planners are not experiencing flood issues, but rather those that have are experiencing floods. My question is, how are these physical planners planning the physical structures in these areas? Nana SL. And the last message, recent flooding is a result of the global climate change, which is causing havoc in many cities worldwide. Durban, Abidjan, Lagos, Accra. Concrete floors everywhere do not allow the waters to sink quickly, thereby overflowing uncontrollably, says Harold Asamoah in La Paz. Those are my answers, my comments. But there's a thief one here I want to read because of the thief conversation we're having. Set a thief to catch a thief, and God laughs. MPP and NDC. All right. Thank you so much, people. Sheikh, it's been a real pleasure. Great. Sheikh Arimial Shaibu speaks for the National Chief Imam. Reverend Kwabena Kodua speaks for the Garden Gracious Seed Exploits. I speak for GTV. And I'm seeing a video. I would like to show you a video of how crazy the system is in Ghana today to end this segment of a guy on a motorbike. And you just don't understand how he was transporting this flat screen. But you'll see it soon, and that takes us to our next conversation. We'll leave you with the crazy guy on the back of a motorbike. Wow. There he is. He passed through, yes, that's him. Yes. The driver is behind, and if you pass by the driver, you see the driver is also holding that flat screen. If you should do a punchy break right now, you know where this guy will end up. Yeah, he was cruising through Osu. Like, no helmet, no sense as well.
No police.
No police. So that's it. GTV Breakfast, we bring you all these sights and sounds from this beautiful country, Ghana. God bless us all. We've got a song for you. Enjoy.
particular segment, I'm sure Anaglate will find 1,000,001 reasons. But to all the African men out there, we are proud of you. It's still Father's Week, so we are celebrating all of you in grand style. Thank you for staying on. This is GTV Breakfast, and we're looking into child labor issues. And for Ghana, it's a particular issue of concern because we want children to have the peace of mind to pursue the things that make them children. That includes a right to education and a right to safety at all places. Unfortunately, when it comes to the line between culture and what the international world accepts as what children can do or contribute to their family, there's always a little disconnect. For Ghana and its partners, the fight to ensure that children stay in school is ongoing, and it is the persons in their Greek space who face it more strongly, in the cocoa and fishing sectors. Today we are looking into issues of eliminating child labor in Ghana because it's the month of June, and every year in June the world puts the spotlight on issues about child labor, and on June 12 every year World Day Against Child Labor is celebrated, and all that is just meant to ensure that those numbers are brought down to the barest minimum and enough is done to safeguard the rights of the child when it comes to pursuing the things that should be of concern to children. So the ILO, UNICEF and other international partners always come on board to help Ghana to make this possible. I'm joined at the table by two gentlemen who help me understand what the current situation is. Right from my left-hand side, Mr. Mike Arthur, Country Director of the International Cocoa Initiative, has joined me at the table. Mike, good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
And next to him, Andy Tago is Deputy General Secretary of the General Agriculture Workers Union, and he's also here to share his expertise. Andy, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well. Gentlemen, when it comes to child labor, it's always a tricky balance, especially for you in the cocoa sector, because we know that traditionally children help out on the farms, children help out with the traditional trades of their parents, and sometimes it becomes hard to draw a line between that and what actually constitutes child labor. So perhaps we can take it from there. Where do children helping out responsibilities end, and then at which point does it become an issue of child labor that demands that international attention? I'll start with you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Thelma. Yes, if you look at the Constitution of Ghana, that's Article 28(2) of the 1992 Constitution, it states that every child has the right to be protected from engaging in work that constitutes a threat to the health, education, or development. So if you look at it this way, we are not saying that children are not supposed to work, but if what they are doing is a threat to their health and education and development, then it is a concern. So yes, by our culture, and I think it is everywhere in the world, if a child is interested in something, it is advisable that the child starts learning how to do it right early in life. But we have to ensure that whatever the child is doing, the child is protected, and that it is not something that is going to affect the health, the education, and his development. So the concept of child labor is basically about what a child is permitted to do and what a child is not permitted to do.
And I'll come to you with this, Andy. Do the cocoa farming communities, we understand that even for those farmers at that level, the formal education may not be as high as it is in some other sectors. Do they understand the import when you say these things to them, that there's a limit to which you can include children in the agric sector?
Yeah, when you engage them until they come to the state of, what we were doing and we thought were normal, were not normal. When you get to a state with them where they notice, like Mike had said, the difference between child labor and child work. And the child work meaning described as what we are allowed to do as children. As the Akan proverb goes like, "Abofra de obo Engwa ombo atichede. So anything that a child does that is a boy atichede is what we're talking about. Engwa is what our children can do and do well. But it is that simple cultural thing that people are learning how to farm, and it is good to learn how to farm. But when your farming is affecting your education, so when the classrooms are opened, then you take your child to the cocoa farm. It doesn't matter what he does. Once the classrooms are open and it's not there, the child labor web catches him. When what the child is doing affects his health. So it doesn't matter once even when the child is in school, but what he's doing, spraying agrochemicals, is affecting himself, then he's actually in the worst form of child labor. Cultural thing of children are allowed to do certain things which we all did when we were children. When it gets to that level of exploitation, so for example, you say washing, somebody asks, is washing child labor or not? At what time is the child washing? What is the child washing? All those things are fact. If what the child is washing, all the things in the house gathered one Saturday morning or maybe Friday morning, all children are in school, and this child, because it's not your child, is in the house and is washing all the jeans, all the things for 4 or 5 hours. This child is washing. Then the same washing, which could be a household chore that we're learning from, now it enters the abusive stage. So farmers, when they get to the enhanced state, then they notice that no, the cultural system, what is acceptable, is being abused. Then it destroys the life, the future of the child, and that is the message.
Do we have any statistics with regards to how we are faring on a certain scale? Are we doing better with the campaign against all forms of child labor, which the world started marking in 2002? Have we gained anything from these celebrations every year?
You're talking about what we gain out of the celebration. I think what the celebrations do is creating awareness. And, the subject is very complicated. And so there's a lot of awareness that needs to be created for people to even understand the basic concepts. Because it started from, children working and looking at it from a cultural point of view and all that. And very often, when you meet people, that's where they start from. And then we have to explain to them that, no, we are not saying children cannot work. We are saying that they have to do certain kind of work. And because those are threats to their health and things like that. So what the celebrations are able to do is to create more awareness, explaining the concepts, etc., to people. For us to be able to achieve more beyond awareness raising, there are a lot of things that need to be in place. And if you look at this year's team, that's a social protection to end child labor. And that means that there's a lot that we need to do in terms of social protection, because the underlying issue about child labor, why parents and guardians use children, is because of poverty. I don't think it's much even to do with culture.
But is it achievable then? Because if the fundamental reason why children are not in schools when they should be is really cultural, and poverty is the main driving force, is it reasonable to expect that we can beat this, we can win this fight?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Andy would like to say something, but before that, and that is why this year's team is a very important team, because there is a responsibility that is placed on the government and other institutions like NGOs, civil society organizations, as to trade union, like Andy, as to what we need to do to be able to also place a responsibility on the parents and guardians to say that, we have provided all these protection, and so you have no excuse to use the child in a way that threatens his or her health, education, and development. And so it is a discussion that is going to continue for a very long time, because that is such a big responsibility on the government and the other development institutions and the trade union.
So what specifically can the unions do when it comes to offering social protections? For agric workers, your focus is to feed the country, and people who are engaged in farming must get something from the labors that they put in, and it also includes putting their children in school and all that. So when we talk about offering social protections for these people, what really do we mean?
Yeah, thank you very much. If you have eaten today, like the teacher, you should thank a farmer. Yeah, and all of us have taken breakfast, and we should say thank you to the Ghanaian farmer. Social protection for the farmer. You know, when we are looking at the world of work, the world of work classifies some work as formal, some work as informal. And then those of us in formal work arrangements, our work arrangement, because we have collective agreements at the workplaces, we tend to, it's not enough, but we tend to obey certain basic necessities. When you are going for maternity, you get pregnant, maternity is arranged for you because you are in formal work. When you are going for a leave, you have leave pay and you have that one. If you have hospital challenges, provision have been made for you by your employer. These are things that are not available for farmers. So we will need to, and that makes them vulnerable. So the state system will need to intervene so that one group of workers, because all of us are workers, it doesn't matter where you are, whether you are here or you are on the farm. So what former workers are getting, former workers must equally benefit because they are vulnerable. So we in Gao, with our farmers, we do advocacy in terms of bringing social protection issues from government closer to the people. When we talk about national health insurance, things that government is doing, came as a result of advocacy work that have been done for a very long time. When we talk about farmers, all of us deserve pension. After 60 years of work, you have some pension by the farmer. So that is why advocacy had gone on for Social Security to start covering farmers. So a farmer can walk into the Social Security office and have an informal arrangement with the Social Security system. And when he attains a certain age, because farmers are old, so I wouldn't say 60, but when they attain a certain age with the Social Security system, they can also benefit from some pensions. So there are systems that we are advocating for farmers. Farmers have their children too. When you're talking about national health insurance and the schemes, how do they cover farmers and their children? And the children we are talking about are some children who do not also have their parents around. So how do national health insurance systems cover them when they go to hospital and they have to access health facilities? There are gaps in this area. How, when a woman on the farm gets pregnant and he goes to the hospital, you and I are taken care of by our employers because we are formal. Who takes care of that woman when she gets pregnant and she goes there? If he doesn't have money, is the state taking care? And the type of national health insurance systems that we have, can the pregnant woman confidently go and then access those facilities? If it is yes, we are okay. If it is no, then the state must do something about these people. So social protection is systems and measures to cover the vulnerables, those who are vulnerable in society, and those are our farmers are.
I see that you want to add something to Andy's, but I would like you to focus a bit more on the issue of child labor, even in our more urban and city centers, because it's easy to assume that, oh, the children are on the farms and they are not in school. But many people also employ these youngsters in their homes as domestic workers, and so many children are also trafficked to engage in other more hazardous kinds of work. How are we doing, what exactly are we doing to make sure that these things do not continue to happen at the detriment of the child, because their interest should always be supreme in any matter that concerns them?
Yes, I agree with you, Thelma. But, you know, the discussion has centered a lot on agriculture. And the reason why it's so is that is where you have the highest percentage of children either child labor or forced labor or trafficking issues. Yeah, if you go to the fishing communities where we have a lot of trafficked children working on the Volta Lake. And so that is, you have to look at the bigger problem, and maybe you have to start narrowing into the riskiest areas.
So we have child labor, and then we have worse forms of child labor. So I guess one is not better, but one is worse off than the other, right?
Yeah. Yes. If a child is not in school, that is child labor. But then if the child is being exploited, like using the child for pornography, prostitution, those really are worse forms of child labor. And then we have what we also call hazardous activities. A lot of the people in the city, I mean, when you look at the statistics, the issue of child labor is prominent in the rural communities. And then when you come to yes, it is clear that children are exploited. So if you find a child in any form, if the child is a domestic worker and is being exploited, sometimes the child is not just being exploited because they come into the homes and they look very unfriendly, and that can be an indication that they are being forced to be there. So these days, the issue of forced labor is also a topical issue. And I can say, I don't have the evidence, that a good number of the children who are working in our homes as domestic workers sometimes are forced to be there. And their children, they need to be in school, they want to be in school because of poverty. The parents, people come from the cities, lie to the parents what they can do for these children. They come into the cities and they are engaged in all sorts of
How are we coordinating all the efforts to make sure that this fight, we even have a realistic chance of winning?
Yeah, thank you. Before I come to the coordination, you asked an earlier question. When you look at the statistics, in Ghana, our statistics indicate that when you count 1 out of every 5 children, the 5th person is in child labor. And out of these statistics, over 72% of it is in agriculture. That is how come you can see that. And when you look at the statistics in Africa, as turned out by the ILO and UNICEF, when you look at the statistics in Africa, child labor is more than the rest of the world combined. So when there is China and all of them combined, the US, Americans and the rest combined, the numbers we have in Africa is higher. But the good news for us in Ghana is that the awareness have been raised. You have people in very high levels, from the presidency even to the chief in the village. People are beginning to understand the difference between child labor and child work. And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. So in Ghana, some level of progress had been made. But Africa in general, the child labor case is increasing. And that is what the ILO statistics tells us. And then when you look at poverty, because we mentioned poverty, every 1% increase in poverty results in 0.7% increase in child labor. So when you are doing the poverty analysis and you know it's increasing by 1%, then know that near 1 child is coming into child labor. So it also has to do with working to reduce poverty beyond the social processes, getting our parents and communities to understand that children are out of work for adults to be there and do decent work. And whenever a child enters the labor market, 1 adult is denied an opportunity to work. So if we want to address the unemployment issues, let the children learn, let them go to school and become educated adults for our parents and adults to do their job.
Right. We have to wrap this up very quickly. And I hear you have something to say about a labor-free zone model
child
as well.
Labor-free zone.
Yeah,
okay.
child labor-free
so
zone.
let's wrap up on that one.
Yeah.
And what's that all about?
Yeah, child labor-free zone model is a concept.
Yes.
It's an idea that there is a possibility to be able to declare a zone, an area child labor free zone.
So is that a competition that you're about to launch?
No. It's something that the government is encouraging all those who are working in this sector to follow. So there are some measures, some structures that the child labor free zone guidelines and protocols have stipulated.
Where can we find this models so that people will know what to do in order to attain the status of child labor free zone?
It is now being rolled out.
Okay.
And I think the aspect on child labor free zone is Andy.
Okay, so I'll take the final word from you then on child labor free zone.
Yeah, we have been working on child labor personally for nearly 20 years. And we have done many things that didn't work. When you take a child from cocoa and he moves later on to other forms of agriculture, and now we say that we need to involve communities, we need to empower communities, we need to empower structures within the communities to respond to the phenomenon of child labor. Because child labor is a national problem, but it happens in communities. And when community systems are activated, it can respond to the need of child labor. That's the child labor free zone concept.
Gentlemen, I wish we had more time. Unfortunately, that's all that time will permit us. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives on this. Mike Arthur is the country director of the International Cocoa Initiative, and Andy Tago is the Deputy General Secretary of the General Agriculture Workers Union. We've been talking about child labor issues, and we've been schooled that 1 out of every 5 children in Ghana is engaged in some form of child labor. We want to see that number reduced drastically. We know that poverty is the main cause, but anything that stands in the way of the health, education, or development of a child in the form of labor should really be looked at, and efforts are underway to make sure that's possible. Maybe your district can one day be declared a child labor free medal for that. So that's what our conversation has been on. We'll take a quick break, and while we're on break, we encourage you to keep your eyes on the lookout in your local community. When you see anything suspicious, do report to the appropriate authorities. I'll make a quick one in Ga. Ke onanoko ewie monoko ekolona ni mokonye okuchomini olehe ni ejelo ole no ne fio ejeme hani onukwa ya tue no ale koni amekwe mo amekwele jogba na mena he ne ejeke no ne fio. If you see something, say something, and we'll take a break on that. We'll be back to have another discussion on the York St. John University after the break.
Hi, my name is Kapui Day. Let's all be on high alert. Report any unusual activities in your neighborhood and community. You could save your own life and that of your family and people in. Be vigilant at all times, and if you see something, say something. Yato, minamya nonjo. Na bonane yimajoa, nagbole.
Say something if you see something. Ground. There will buy ya to Nidin, see something, say something. A tresse, so who be beer, who susu say, a best say ya sum dia, Nyaku could row, Mecca. And nothing yes, see something, say something. If you say, a fire na your home. Say something if you see something, my friend.
Nanokwe, Wiemonoko, keep your eyes out there. Be on the alert. Be security conscious wherever you are. Be on high alert. Let's help the authorities to keep all of us safe. They rely on information. If you don't say anything, they will not know. So if you have any information to share, do call the numbers and make a report. Let's keep us all safe so that as we go about our normal duties and responsibilities, we will be able to do that. We do not want any attacks on our shores. If you see something, say something. GTV is proud to be associated with this campaign. Now we are going off to England, and specifically there is a school in the house that's going to give you an opportunity to study in the UK if you qualify, and they are from the York St. John University, and they are often abbreviated as YSJ. So I'm sure you've come across them a few times. A public university located on the large urban campus in York, 1941. So strong history there from York St. John. Achieved university status in 2006 and 2015. The university was given a research degree awarding powers for PhD and doctoral programs. Two of their people are here at the table to talk about York St. John and what opportunities you may find to study in England, and we are meeting them now. Right next to me, Robert Mortimer is a Pro-Vice Chancellor Research and Knowledge Transfer. Robert, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great. And Mohsin Ramzan is the Head of International Affairs of York St. John. Gentlemen, welcome to the studios of GTV. Why should anyone not choose any university at all? Why should anyone choose YSJ? I'll start with perhaps you, Mohsin.
Yes, absolutely. So thank you for having us on, by the way. So we're very excited. We've come to Ghana for the first time. We are a growing institution with a very good reputation, fastest rising university in the UK, and especially for how long we've been established as a university, only since 2006, as you've mentioned. So we have two campuses, one in, as you've mentioned, York, voted consistently one of the safest cities in the UK, which is very important, as you can imagine, for Ghanaian parents and people to know. And we've also got a postgraduate facility in London, where we like to call a finishing school, where students can come and study and then get all the work experience required to then go on to the world of work, or even better, for Ghanaian nationals to come, get that experience in the UK and then come back to England. That's what sets us out.
Right. And when we talk about opportunities, what opportunity would someone from YSJ have over any other student who studied in any, even a university in the UK itself?
Well, our university is based on social justice. So the whole ethos of the university, if you ask any member of staff, that's what we're about. So finding injustices, tackling those, or enabling our students to have the skills to tackle those. So that's one of the features.
Tell us about some of the courses that you have on offer.
We have a whole range. So we have School of Arts, Humanities, Science, Business, and Education, Language and Psychology. And then in London, it's mainly business, computing and data science.
And you're looking to bring a lot more students from Ghana into the UK to study. Why is that important to you? Surely there's many people in the UK who also could benefit from an education. Why are you seeking to bring in people from outside, even the EU?
I think it's really important for the experiences, both for example, Ghanaian nationals to come to the UK because of the value of UK higher education. And in return, being in a classroom with British students, with American students, with nationalities, this is what university is about. And that's one of the benefits of the United Kingdom. You'll be in a classroom with all different nationalities. It just adds value to the experience and sets you up as a global citizen in the world.
And when we talk about setting you up as a global citizen, are very key. We're looking at a time when Brexit has caused the UK a lot of headaches, and the UK can barely manage to keep to draw the line for where the border is, whether it's in Northern Ireland or whether it's in the middle of Ireland, or even to move it back or remove it entirely. Immigration wise, it's a headache to get into the UK. How does YSJ offer assistance to prospective students who want to move into or move to the UK on student visas and be able to get the education that you are offering at that university?
Well, students are exempt from the kind of difficult, complicated immigration that you see on the news and you've talked about. And then we have a whole team who are there to make sure that we support the students via the agents that we work with in Ghana to get that through the system as quickly as possible. And we are proud to be one of the fastest responding universities.
And when it comes to colleges, what is important?
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons why we're in Ghana. We have just been endorsed by the Ghana Scholarship Secretariat. We're one of only 5 other UK English institutions to have that honour. And that already is an endorsement and should give Ghanaian prospective students the kind of confidence that they're coming to an institution vetted and endorsed. We've had fantastic meetings while we've been here with the Minister for Education and other very senior colleagues as well. So we're doing the right thing. We're coming here, we've got the endorsement, and that should give the confidence to the nationals that we are an institution they should be considering. And just one thing to add, we have an event today at the Marriott Hotel near the airport at 4:30, where it's called Meet York St. John, where Rob and I and other colleagues will be there to present more information about scholarships and courses, and it gives the opportunity for prospective students to ask any questions they want. So we encourage anyone to head down today for this special event.
Okay, but that's an in-person event. Beyond that, for those who cannot make it to Accra because short notice, they couldn't get permissions, how can they also benefit from this program that you have on offer?
We can. So we can also, of course, we run virtual events, but we have people on the ground and contacts on the ground that can also continue, that we're training and developing, that can easily give the message that we're giving. So we're happy to pass those details on as well for anyone watching. So we have...
Share the details with us.
Anyone that has any prospective queries, we have a mailbox, africa@yorksj.ac.uk, and we will pick up those queries. But as I said, we've also got reps on the ground who will pick up those emails, and we can do any kind of bespoke visits, institutional visits, anything that we need to do.
africa@yorksj.ac.uk. So you can send emails to that address.
Absolutely.
And then you will receive some answers. I understand that you've got some pictures of York SJ to show to us, so we'll be seeing some of them, and this is the environment that you're offering for higher learning in. Is that the York campus or the London one? It looks like York.
That's York,
very,
yes.
very serene. I don't know any part of London that still has green. So definitely York, one of the safest parts of the UK, voted consistently. As Mosin, you've said, you thrive on being very international. I'm seeing the people who are gathered in front of that iconic building, and they look like they are all benefiting from all the good stuff that York St. John would have to offer. I just want to talk about professional development opportunities at YSJ for a minute, and perhaps Rob, you can help us understand what that could earn a student of the university.
Yeah, so we have a range of professional development opportunities. We train professionals in the UK in a range of things. So that's useful for taking students who need something extra to help them get into the workplace. And we also offer CPD for people who've already done a degree. And we have particular examples. So, for example, we've got a program called the Military Human, and that helps military personnel who are leaving the military to transition into civilian life. We train a huge amount of our national service staff in that, so they can help with that transition, for example.
Tell us about your entry requirements. So someone is watching us, they're probably thinking, well, it looks like it might be a good fit. What should they do after conceiving the thought of, could I be accepted? What's the checklist?
Absolutely. So all that information is available on our website as well. But on a general terms, for example, for postgrad, we look at equivalency. So a 2-2 undergraduate honours equivalent, along with a strong. We always encourage our applicants, please put down a strong personal statement. It's important to understand what your goals are. It's one of the things that I think are understated in applications. That's a personal tip from me. Make sure you invest time in a personal statement. It's very competitive too. Encouraged to go on the website, and it's very similar to other institutions in the UK. So hopefully, and if there's any queries, africa@yorksj.ac.uk, we're happy to answer.
Final comments before we wrap, Robert?
I think it's important to say we're not just here to recruit and create brain drain. We're much more interested in partnership working. So we've been talking about research and CPD, and also training university staff here for the Ghanaian staff. So it's very much a partnership that we're trying to build.
Okay, Yo?
And same thing. We're here to invest in Ghana. We want to educate the next generation. We don't want to create a brain drain, and that's what I think will set us out to other institutions. And that's why we regard this is our first trip together to an overseas country at this institution, that Ghana is our flagship market.
Is this your first time in Ghana for both of you?
That's right, yes.
When did you arrive?
Sunday night.
Loving it so far?
Wonderful
Fantastic.
experience.
Where are you staying?
We're staying at the Marriott. At the Marriott.
Of course, you're event.
That's for the event.
And what has been your experience? Have you mingled with any Ghanaian students? Do you see a difference between the student in Ghana and the students who have come to study at York since you started this journey?
Honestly, we can't be any more complimentary towards the quality of education here. And we have seen that, hence why we think it's a really good market to invest in. Very impressed with the education system, very impressed with the city, and of course very impressed with the candidates that want to come and study in the UK. And I'm sure we're going to meet a lot of wonderful people here today.
Eat a lot of food.
Of course. Yeah.
What have you had so far?
A jollof rice.
Jollof rice.
Best in the world. Best in the world.
Absolutely.
Rob Mozin, thank you so much. And I would want to pass through that event and see if there are any learning opportunities. Do you have any media courses?
We do run media courses of different types, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So expect to see me there.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for being a part of our morning. Robert Mortimer is the Pro Vice Chancellor, Research and Knowledge Transfer, and Mortimer the head of international affairs. They are visiting us from York St. John University based in York, and also a postgraduate campus in London, UK. Opportunities for students to learn from that university. You can join the events they are having today at 4:30 p.m. at the Marriott Hotel in Accra. It's called the Meet York College, or you can send emails to their email address africa@yorksj.ac.uk. Any queries that you may have, you can send those queries there and you will receive prompt answers. They are looking to recruit undergraduate and postgraduate students to study in the York St. John University in England. So if you meet the entry requirements, all of which you can find on their website, all of which you can also ask about on that email address that I just gave you, and you can find out if you can get in. They are accredited by the Ghana Scholarship Secretariat, so you can get a scholarship to study at York SJ. If you think that that's the right fit for you, then look into it and be at that event this afternoon at 4:30. It's Marriott Hotel. That's where you need to be for York. Meet York College. So they will be waiting to see you, to hear from you, and to explain any other question that you may have. This is GTV Breakfast, and there are more conversations coming up. There's a GJ elections tomorrow, and there's a Central Region Expo that's coming up, and we'll give you all the details after the break. Thanks for staying on. It's still Breakfast Live on GTV. This one, we are promoting our own on this segment. You know, there's a GJ election coming up tomorrow, and there are a number of GBC staff who are contesting for some of the positions, and we are inviting them to come and campaign because the airtime is for us. So we are using it to campaign for our own people. And Rebecca Ekpe, the head of GBC Online, has joined me at the table, and she's coming to tell us why we should vote for her. Rebecca, GBC Online. We want to see GBC move into traditional media. We want to see our stories, the content that we create, put there in a timely, orderly manner. We want to meet and beat the competition online. You've been a key part of that. How is that going to help you to do this work that you're aspiring to be as the public affairs officer of the GJA? Why should we vote for you, Rebecca?
Thelma, that's very much a loaded question. I don't know how much time I have.
3 minutes, convince us.
Wow, 3 minutes. That's like a top, notch speak. Basically, what it is that on Friday, which is tomorrow, the Ghana Journalists Association is going to the polls. I'm sure you know a lot has happened. Finally, we are going to pick our various officers for the next 3 years. Now, Rebecca Ekpe is standing for public affairs. Public affairs has to do with the image of the organization. Public affairs has to do with where journalists want to see themselves, where they are now and where they want to see themselves going forward. You would agree with me that the media landscape has changed, basically, from the traditional what it used to be to what we're looking at new media and all the changes that go with it. Now we go to seek information from social media instead of just the traditional media. Lots of people now, this is what they're using. So the goal here is, how can we position the Ghana Journalists Association in a way, in a place that journalists will be able to access information from this space? A lot of the times, what we've heard, we've gone around the country doing some research. What we've picked up from the journalists is that the organization is not accessible enough. We don't know, sometimes we hear things, but we don't know what is happening. So my role at this point is to make that visibility come alive. I've been doing it behind the scenes, so this time it's just to operationalize it. This time it's just to give it a face that has been helping the GJA behind the scenes. So what that means is I'm putting myself up in a decision-making space. You agree with me that if you are not part of the decision-making processes, a lot of the times things elude you. And you also agree with me with the gender angle, that women form the largest population as far as Ghana is concerned, and also our voter population in Ghana. The last research that was done by the Electoral Commission and the statistical services and all who are involved with research in Ghana came up with the statistics that women are the largest in terms of population. Statistically, women are also largest in terms of voting population. And therefore, we see ourselves that we need to position ourselves in decision-making place so that we can, speak for the women and speak for and to the issues that matter.
But why would I pick Ekpe over any other person who is running against you? What edge do you have over your co-aspirants? Okay, so my co-aspirant, I'm sure you know, is I don't want to mention his name because we'll give him that. But anyways, he's from GNA. Caesar is his name. GNA is a co-aspirant, one of the original executives of the GJA. It would interest you to know that I've been working with Caesar. I've been working with all the original executives of the GJA. It has to also do with approach. It has to do with skills. It has to do with strategizing. It has to do with ability to make things happen. If you know, I have been able to do a lot of things, not only for the Ghana Journalists Association, but for GBC. Since I returned to GBC after study back in 2012, we've been involved with a lot of things so far as project management is concerned. You remember in 2020, we brought in over $70 million to $1,000 for elections in Ghana for GBC. For the first time in the history of GBC, Rebecca was the coordinator for that, to help with the Star Ghana. We got some proposals and then we catapulted that and got the elections going. We've done other projects as well. We talk about education, we talk about Ghana, we talk about capacity building. I have been involved with capacity building of journalists throughout the country. Journalists can attest to that. If you go to my Facebook, Rebecca Ekpe, on Facebook, you see a lot of that. We have GJ Star Ghana on Facebook. When you go, there's a lot of information that you can access. My Twitter handle is alive. You can go there and look at information. It's Rebecca A.S. Ekpe. You get all that information. I'm on Instagram. You can also go there, Ekpe Rebecca on Instagram, to get any information that you want. I'm very, very open and accessible within the social media space. My phone is there. You can always, it's easy to reach me as well. What would an Ekpe office of public affairs look like in the first, say, 100 days? In the first 100 days, that's like politically, you are asking me how I'm going to look like if there's a lot of strategy. I'm not going to unleash all my strategy. A lot of people might be listening and they might pick that up. But I'll give you just one thing. As I've gone around the media houses campaigning, what I noticed, besides that which I noticed even before that, like I said, we've gone around the country talking to journalists, building capacity. What we've picked is that lack of voices, other voices. In journalism,
it's not just black, red, green. There are shades. In between black and red, there are shades. What are they saying? What are the opinions? How do they feel about things? These issues are not being articulated. So it's one of my strategies. We'll be going round the country after we were in office. That's myself. That's a new crop of GJ that comes in. And make sure that we factor in those other voices that we are not hearing. Because
but is it really a new crop? Like you said, you've been involved in the GJ and its activities for a long time. So whatever lapses that people perceive to exist within the association, you are a part of that. And what have you done to help fix it? Or are you just waiting your turn so that when other people's ships sink, then you can sail in on your yacht and be the savior?
I made a point earlier, Thelma, that you have to be part of the decision-making process. And that's what we've been told time and time again, that women, we need to put ourselves up for positions. We've been there doing things, but once you're not part of the decision-making processes, you can speak, but you never get heard. So now that I'm standing for that position, it is my hope that my what I say will matter more than how it was taken in the time past. So you need to put yourself up there and have a place to speak, and your voice is heard.
Right now, where you're speaking is on GBC's social media handles, because Rebecca is here. Can I just say, follow GBC on all our social media handles. Rebecca and her team, they are responsible for everything you see on our online. gbcghanaonline.com is our website. Anything you see there is here. So if you're pleased with all the stuff that you see there, then you know that Rebecca is the lady that should get your vote if you're a GJA member at the elections tomorrow. I want to pick your thoughts on if you have any last minute things to add. We are talking about welfare of journalists. We are talking about safety and security. We are talking about our ranking and our placement in the international space and what all that would mean for journalists in Ghana when it comes to even working on the international front. Do these things come up at your table as you're aspiring for this Office of Public Affairs, and what can you contribute to those conversations?
Thelma, a lot has been coming to my table. It would interest you to know that we do have what we call a project management unit, which is a novel idea for the Ghana Journalist Association. A lot of people do not know that. Rebecca and her team, we work with a number of consultants, and we put up the project management unit, which helps in writing proposals, seeking for funding, helping capacity building, and things like that. So we've done a lot of research. The very last one we did with NMC and others during the elections. Some of the issues that came up are what we're talking about now, ranking and the fact that journalism in Ghana has fallen and keeps falling. It's a concern. And for some of us who are very passionate about what we do, the profession that we've chosen, which is journalism, we probably would die being a journalist. We want to make sure that we save, as in SAVE, save this profession from the doldrums. Now we do know has a lot of concerns. I don't want to use challenges, but concerns. We do not want to sit here and pretend that everything is okay. No, that would be very wrong to think that. There is a lot wrong. We need to fix all that is wrong. At least if we are not able to fix all, we need to fix, quite a number of the things that we do have.
And we talk about ranking. Fixer
not only, we're going to work as a team. Remember, my position as a PR is a supportive role. So skillfully, you should be able to play that supportive role. There's going to be a president, a general secretary, who's the chief scribes of the GJ.
So
and
do
all
you have
that.
an alliance?
Not whoever wins, I'll go with the person.
So you don't have for example, a presidential candidate that you want?
No. For now, whoever wins, I'll go ahead and work with them.
That's between Agbenu and Mensah and
just to land on the issue about what we're going to do and what we're going to do in order to put journalism where it belongs. Mm-hmm. One of the things we'll also be doing will be to go around the country and talk to other people about what is happening to our profession and what they can contribute. We do expect that more people will join the Ghana Journalists Association. We have a lot of people. There's huge apathy. apathy, you know what happens if you do not give people space to speak. They either mute or they go berserk. So what you see mostly is that because for some reason they don't go berserk, but they're mute. And so there's a lot of apathy within the association and members and other, journalists around the country, because they feel that, the association is not responding to their needs. So we will change that
and
going forward.
Public Affairs Office
We'll
will
try
be
to
responsive.
Yes. What it is that we'll give from the research that we've done. The research is pointing, the very last one on the elections, is pointing to the fact that we need to continue the discourse. The discussion about journalism in Ghana. Why? It is critical because journalists, the media, is the mirror of society, is the mirror of this country. So if you come to Ghana or you are abroad and you want to search information about Ghana, whatever the media puts out there is what you're reading about. That's what tells you what Ghana is and who Ghanaians are, what is happening in Ghana. You and I, you travel a lot, I travel a lot. So we know when we are looking for information, where do we go? We go on the web. We try to find out and read about what's happening in Ghana. When you're in the UK, you do that a lot. And so if you see and you hear information that is not right, how do you feel? You feel bad. So we want to change that discourse. We want to give. We also want to continue to have conversations about how can we fix what is wrong. So the conversations must continue. There's no way that we'll ever end this conversation. Right. We'll keep talking to make journalism better, to make the media in Ghana better, because that is one of the hallmarks of a good democracy, and we have to protect Ghana's democracy.
Rebecca, I can promise you one thing. Whatever the outcome of tomorrow's election, the Breakfast Show will continue to call you every day. Right after the show. Our stories are not on the website. The story has delayed. When we will be on, whether you win or not. So as you're going into this contest, we wish you all the best. We pray that you win. And even after you win, there'll be more work for you at home to do for our online pages. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thelma. There's a lot of work to be done. We'll all get it done. I can assure you that it's not that easy. It's not going to be easy or easier. But we'll get it done.
Rebecca, name Ekpe means a stone, a huge stone or a boulder. So she's a force when she drops.
It's actually a rock.
The rock on which you can build the GJA's public affairs office. She's asking for your votes to be the public affairs officer of the GJA. Come the elections tomorrow, Rebecca Ekpe is the name you'll see on the ballot, and she works here at GBC. She's the head of online, so she manages all our online content here at GBC. Follow GBC's social media handles. Follow Rebecca Ekpe as well. And also campaigning Dominic Longi for organizing secretary. I'm campaigning for all the GBC people who are contesting for the post tomorrow. Dominic Longi is our energy news presenter on GTV, and we encourage you to vote for the right candidate so that the GJA can grow. It's the media work we are all in, and we want to see it better and better. It's GTV Breakfast. There's one more conversation that we are going to have on the show before we wrap up, and that will be after the break. We are talking Central Region Expo 2022.
Yaya Faithful, bringing the time to 9:35. You're watching GTV Breakfast. We're having a conversation on the Central Region 2022 Expo. My guests are Kofi Yanka, who is a marketing consultant.
Thank you.
And Daniel Ajari, who's the Central Regional Director for the Ghana Export Promotion Authority.
Thank
Good
you.
to have you. We'll
Thank
take a
you.
quick break, brought to you by Airtel Tigo, and we come back and dive into all matters Central Region Expo 2022. You stay with us. Fort Amsterdam, Almina Castle, Cape Coast Castle, Kakum. It looks like one region loaded, possibly overloaded with tourist attractions. So tourism goes with trade and investment, businesses that need to be marketed around this particular region. And to have that conversation, I have with me Kofi Yanka, who is a marketing consultant, Daniel Ajari, who is the Central Regional Director of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. We're looking at Central Region 2022 Expo. I'll start with Mr. Yanka. What's the essence, what's the big idea behind this particular expo?
Thank you very much. This expo actually originated in 1998 when Honorable Kojo Yanka was the Central Regional Minister at that time. And he instituted this Central Expo 98. That is where I partnered the region to organize the first Central Region Trade, Tourism and Investment Fair. And then along the line, Pan-African emancipation also came into the picture. So immediately after the Central Expo, we went into helping Pan-African to be institutionalized in the Central Region, and then emancipation also came in along the line in 2000. But let me get back to...
Were they part of the Central Region Expo?
No.
They were completely different events?
Yeah, they were, yeah. In other words, Central Expo was in 98, and then Pan-African came in 99, and then emancipation followed in 2000. Emancipation was proclaimed in 2000, and I was involved in all of that. But let me get back to the idea behind the Central Expo was to make Central Region visible to the outside world. And what happened at that time was that all the districts, at that time I think there were about 16 districts, were required to organize various fairs in their districts. And out of the fairs, some of them were chosen to represent their districts in the regional fair that took place at Cape Coast. As I said, the idea was to promote the district, let them bring out whatever products, services, trade, businesses, or anything that happening in their district, and bring them to the region.
Okay.
And that is what happened. And so this Expo 2022 is an offshoot of that program.
Okay.
And is following the same pattern. This time the districts are 22. So But because we didn't have enough time for the district to organize their own fairs as we did in '98. By this time, the districts are being empowered to select between 5 to 10 exhibitors,
right,
and bring them to Cape Coast from July 23rd to July 30th. It's about a 7-day program. And in between the 7 days, there will be a lot of visibility, marketing of all the opportunities for the district to market themselves.
Right.
And I'll give that to Mr. Ajari to get into the details, and then later on we'll go. But if there's any question, I can answer.
Sure. Before I bring him in for the details, because you are a marketing consultant.
Sure.
Is Central Region just more than forts and castles?
No.
What else can you market from the Central Region?
There are a lot of trade opportunities. There are a lot of investments, and that is the reason why we are holding this Expo 2022, and also that is why we are giving the district the chance to come to. Every day we have about 2 or 3 districts that will come. They will showcase their products, they will showcase their service, they will showcase their agri-businesses, business that are in their district that people don't know about. I remember very well that in even '98, there were some people that were very happy that program was instituted, because some were working at the backyard or on their balcony or something. But then when they were chosen to represent their district, they were very happy because they give them the opportunity to exhibit their products and services, which they were doing behind the scenes. But when they got the exposure, they were very excited. Some even got what do you call
opportunities out of that, right?
Partnerships with foreign organizations to ship their products to them. So that is the essence of what this program is about.
Okay, I'll bring in Daniel now. So tell us the link between your organization, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and the fair.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to give it to me. For this particular fair, Central Expo 2022, we are looking at bringing all the districts on board for this year, starting from 22nd July. We're going to have a central mosque prayers.
Okay.
From there, we have the Sunday Christians will go for a prayers. Then the next day, the booth.
So you start with the prayers?
Yeah, we start with the.
Oh, okay.
We go to Muslim community also offer a mosque prayers for us, and then we have a Sunday church service to start the event with prayers. The regional minister on the 25th or 24th, there will be official open.
That's 25th.
25th official open by His Excellency the President. July.
Monday.
On Monday. Then followed by what Mr. Yanka said. Every district is having opportunity to come and showcase at that level.
Where is all this happening?
At the Disado School Park.
Okay.
Where we have our National Farmers Day last year, December. Good. Central Region is not known for tourism and education alone. There are other agro-processing business at the various districts.
Like?
You can use coconut, cocoa sweat for fruit juice.
The sweat from cocoa?
Yeah, from the cocoa.
Really?
Yeah, for fruit juice.
You've tasted it before?
Yeah, it's
what
happening.
What does it taste like?
Natural and sweet.
Why didn't you bring me some?
Come to.
I should come.
No, you see, that's why we are driving
all the way to
Cape Coast, people to Cape Coast to see what is there, because people think we have education and we have the tourism side alone, but we want to promote the agri sector aspect of it that we have. Last I mentioned, we have cocoa that can the sweat, the fruit juice. We have Armored Farm. Yes, Alumed. We have a farm called Alumed. We use this particular product for cream, hair cream and stuff.
Okay.
There are so many, I can mention a lot, that we are hiding them for this particular event, for this trade exhibition show. That's why we are bringing all these people from the district level. Every district is going to promote what it has at the district level. The tourist attraction is not only at Cape Coast, the Port Amsterdam you mentioned. There are other ones hidden in the district. We are not going to say it here. On 23rd to 30th January, all road leads to Cape Coast at this other park to see other tourist attraction site that is available, that we can all tap into it. Let me give you one example. If you drive through UC to Elmina, you see what is happening at the beach side.
On the left.
On the left.
Yes.
That's another one part of it I'm introducing to you. There are more hidden at the district level. That when you are coming to Central Region, you don't like the stop, at Cape Coast, you continue to Tufatumoka, Upper Dintra, East and West, Awutu Sena East, all the other areas. There are hidden agendas over there.
I must confess that on the road between Cape Coast and Elmina, on the left there, I parked there and I got some giant tilapia. It wasn't even funny.
Excellent. Fresh fish.
Yeah, right from the
fanti kinky.
It went down well.
Come to Expo 22. We're going to exhibit more.
It's going to happen. So all 22 districts will be represented at the Expo 22.
Yes, please.
And so you sit on the committee for the planning of this. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
What's the level of excitement with the people who are coming over? How many people have registered so far? Do you know?
We are trying to drive over 500 people crowd to the place, exhibitors to the place, and the excitement is there. People are willing because we have a record. Don't forget, last year we had a Farmers Day, and it was a boom. And this year we want to repeat the same thing moving forward. So now everybody is really rushing to register to be part of the exhibition with the kind of the publicity we are giving. Is coming out at the central level and the Greater Accra, like we're giving us opportunity. Exhibitors are rushing to take a space.
Okay, great. Mr. Yanka, so you are a marketing consultant, and we know that the big attractions for Central Region have to be the tourism and the educational. Are you going to leave them out, or will you build on them and incorporate some of these things into the expo? Will they be, for example, trips to go and to the touristic sites and maybe the school sites? What's part of the plan?
We have
because people know Central Region for those.
Yes, we have a program. We are inviting we have invited about 32 embassies with their trade attaches and high trade coming.
Embassies from which parts of the world?
No, they have their mission in Accra.
Okay.
I can't mention them. There are a lot. The package we have for them is that we will take them to all these tourist sites that we have in Cape Coast. We have, as we said, the 4 traditional areas, but we have some hidden ones. We want to expose it to them on that day, which we are not going to mention. It is a secret or a trade bank. We don't want to mention it here.
We will deal with a lot of secrets,
No, because
open some of them for us.
No, we want to take you guys by surprise because, people, like we said, between me and you, we think the Port Amsterdam, the Cocoon Park, the Cape Coast Castle, Elmina Castle, and then these are the few people think for Central Region, and mostly also about the education. But as I said in my presentation earlier, there are hidden ones. We want to take it by surprise that the whole world, the whole nation will know, so, wow, there's something we need to tap at our district level.
There's a place which has crocodiles. Is it still there?
Yeah, Hans Cottage.
Yes, yeah. The crocs are still there?
Yes. And that's the Tufo district.
Yes, okay.
No, Tufo Himai district.
Okay.
So, as we mentioned, there are other districts that we don't want to go into details. One, we want to take the people by surprise, show them what we have at the district level. At each district to have a hidden tourist attraction that is not be coming straight to Cape Coast. So when I hit Cape Coast, that's it.
You were talking about this drink made from cocoa sweat. Does that mean cocoa is grown in some parts of Central Region?
Oh yeah.
Okay, didn't know that.
Yeah, I know. You see, come to the expo. You see, because that is why we are doing the district. Every district has a day.
Okay.
We have a district day.
Okay.
So when you come, let's say for Himai will come and exhibit. If it's palm oil, they'll do palm oil. If it's cocoa, they'll come and exhibit their cocoa. If it's their quarries, if it's palm wine, you get a fresh made palm wine to drink. This sweat cocoa from cocoa water, they'll be there. You can taste it.
Excellent. Mr. Yanka, what else do you want to say to add to this conversation? I mean, from that overarching view that you have of this Expo 2022.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I think it's why. In fact, let me even go back. Why we even brought it back is because we feel that this is the right time to do it, and also we chose July 3rd to July 23rd to July 30th because we felt it falls within the Panafest and Emancipation period. Unfortunately, PANAF is not, but emancipation will be coming on this year. So we have tied the program into the Emancipation Day, which is 31st July. And that is where we feel that it is an appropriate time to hold it. And also because of the numbers that will be coming, as well as an ideal time for us to expose the exhibition. Initially, as I said, it was even supposed to have ended August 3rd or something.
Yeah, understand, yeah.
But the committee felt that we should limit it to this particular time, and then maybe the next year we can even broaden the number of days. Yeah.
Would there be like an official launch before the event, or this is the launch?
In fact, the launch was done
last week
Thursday.
Okay.
The Honorable Minister was there. The Central Regional President of the Central Regional House of Chiefs was there. The Omahini of Ugwa traditionally was also there. I mean, all the Panafest, the chiefs, some of the Muslims and the Christian, the bishop, they were all there, of course, with all the committee members. So that officially was launched on Thursday. And now we have to go out and sell the product, sell the event. And that is why we got the opportunity at GBC, and we're very happy that we are here to propagate the
All right, this is a scene that I particularly remember anytime I go to Cape Coast. This is the famous London Bridge. Yes. Which part of town is this?
Around Kotokraba.
Kotokraba, the famous market.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so this is so does it open, or is like this one is just stationary?
Yeah.
Yes, Kotokraba Market, London Bridge. So one of the sites of Cape Coast.
That's right.
That
the famous. That's the Koto.
That is the Koto.
Yeah.
After which the market is named, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What does Kotokraba mean, really?
We have to go back to that.
Let me know what Kotokraba means.
Go back to history.
But I'm happy that you are doing this, and this is an aerial shot of one of the
That's
castles.
Cape Coast
This must
Castle.
be Cape Coast Castle.
Yes.
This is a great shot.
This is
another of the castles.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is beautiful. The one that gets people scared.
Yes.
Kakum. Yes, but it's great. I did all the.
Have you been on it before?
I have been on it.
All the steps.
All of them.
yes,
we went all the way
went
with
through.
my wife and kids.
Oh,
there was
fine.
one kid inside the stomach, so he also enjoyed it. Yes, Kakum Park, fantastic. I hear the elephants under. That's what I heard. Somebody told me.
Because it's a thick forest.
Yes,
it's expected.
possible.
Yeah, I know.
So many birds and
this is a very, very popular
sure.
canopy walk.
Yes,
and it's part of the great things of Cape Coast, the central region. And I'm pretty glad that you are doing this in July, because this year marks the 10th year of the passing of one of the great sons of the central region, Professor Mills.
Yes,
who passed on the 24th.
Oh,
yes, so it's kind of very symbolic. You're doing it in this time in his home region on this 10th anniversary. So well done, all of you. Anything you want to add to the program? How can we get information about the Central Region Expo 2022? Is there a website, telephone number, email? How do we get in touch?
We have a website, www.crcc.gov.gh.
Okay, crcc.gov.gh.
When you get there, to get all the information
awesome.
on it.
Okay. All right.
But I want to add a few things. Somebody will ask, why should I go to Central Region Expo? And if you permit me, I have a few items that I've written here that I want to bring it out so that people will know that it's not only limited to Cape Coast per se, but it's for the whole Ghana. In fact, people have even started calling from outside Cape Coast, Accra.
Okay. I'll give you a minute to do that. Okay. Yes, run it for me.
And I'll just, I wrote a few things that I want to share it with you. Why you should come to Cape Coast is because we have an exhibition booth very affordable. I mean, the highest is 2,000. The lowest is 300 for the food sellers and the stand and things like that.
Okay.
And then we plan to increase the patronage daily. I mean, we have already instituted a lot of publicity in the districts and in the region as such. As I said, the publicity is not only only in Cape Coast, but in all the districts. We have
all 22 districts.
Yes, information service vans going around, propagating, and all the radio stations in the district are doing that. In addition to that, in fact, it's a long term.
Give me the top 5.
Okay, very good.
You've done 2 already.
Now, we are also going to have a raffle draw on a daily basis.
What's the price?
Oh, there, some of the sponsors have given products
that
we will be giving out.
For the
winners. That's a lot of more or less appreciating the patrons who will be coming.
Sure.
So on 3 o'clock or a particular day, there will be raffle draws. There will also be a clinic where people will have health. There will be health screening for all patrons, on a daily basis. Finally, there will also be Margins Company Limited is one of the sponsors. They produce the Ghana card.
Right.
So there will be a position, a place where people who have problems with their Ghana card can go there and sort them out.
Okay.
So those are a few essentials. Maybe later on when we get there, I'll send it. But this is what I have for you right now.
Sure. Thank you so much. Somebody was asking, why not have all of them exhibit simultaneously on one day? Why having one day for this district, another day for another district? Why don't you have them all exhibit on the same day? Briefly.
No. All of them are. All of them are exhibiting on from July 23rd
to 30th. But every day you have.
All
right.
In fact, they will come with maybe even some come with their chiefs and
I get you.
Opinion leaders.
So you just highlight a particular one on a particular day. Everybody is exhibiting at the same time.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
And the website again for people to get more information.
www.crcc.gov.gh.
Excellent. www.crcc.gov.gh. Kofi Yanka is marketing consultant, and Daniel Ajeri is Central Regional Director for the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, talking about Central Region 2022 Expo from the 23rd of July to the 30th of July. 7 days of just focusing on the Central Region. It goes beyond tourism and education. There's a lot more that you want to find out from. So www.crcc.gov.gh. Appreciate it. Quick shout out.
Yes.
Quick one.
I have some sponsors that I want to mention.
Quickly.
Margins Group, Exim Bank, Goil Ghana Limited, Zoom Lion, Pempansi Hotel, Ridge Royal Hotel, Ghana Tourism Authority, Wilma West Africa, This Clinic, Sedacom, and Moya Prince.
All right.
We have the media partners, GBC TV, Radio Central.
Thank you.
Eagle FM, Atlanta FM, Cape FM, and Darlin FM.
Yeah, that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah, I want to chip in that we're going to have a B2B business forum on 25th, 26th at the Ridge Royal Hotel.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Wishing you the very best for the Central Region 2022 Expo. That brings us to the end of our show. Thank you very much, all of you, for watching and following on Facebook. You can find us at Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Follow, like, share, and comment. We want to get that interaction from you. And hashtag is GTV Breakfast. God willing, we'll be here same time tomorrow from 6 o'clock, from 5:55 for the show. This show, you can see it again tonight on GTV at 11 p.m. And all the segments are on Facebook right now. We wish you the very best. All the best. And God willing, we meet again tomorrow. Bye for now.